I'm dancing with the cockroach jamboree over here. One of them's wearing a little sombrero.
Somebody gave it a sombrero.
Yeah, he's shaking little maracas and playing la cucaracha. And my chat's dancing now.
So I gotta talk about PP to get people. I gotta stop calling it PP.
Hello there.
Crippling heroin addiction.
You want to hear it again, Jackson?
Yeah. Yeah, oh my god, you do.
Oh shit.
Oh, that's so good. That enriches the soul right there, baby.
This is cursed knowledge.
Yeah, Bun, you are welcome in, of course, you little bean. The banana. It's your year, after all. Awa. Right. You have a good box impression.
You did not just do that? No, I didn't. Actually, you're just seeing stuff. This is my first time trying it. You know, this first time gamer.
Hi, Benny.
Hey there, Benny. How you doing, little one? How's my sweet little Benny doing?
Benny, wrestle him.
You
Benny,
did a good
get
boy
up.
there.
Get up, Benny. Go crazy. You're the
You did a good boy
one-winged
there,
angel.
Andy. You did a good boy there, Andy. Benny, be a good boy. Come on. Be a good boy and go wrestle Andy for me. Go headlock Andy for me. Go body slam Andy for me. Be a good boy.
Haru, you're my 100th follower. I was set at 99 for like a week. Yeah. Oh my god. You're the triple digits. Oh my god, thank you, Haru. Welcome to the stream. Oh my god.
You're a wizard, Harry.
He's throwing biddies at me. Thank you, Haru. Oh my god.
God damn it!
I had 3 minutes left. Timer restarted. Okay, hold on. One screen, two screen. There you go.
one tile. Come on. One. So this is a rare encounter. This is a shiny. And it's dead. Okay, I was over level. Alright, you know, I also entirely forgot to go to the mart and buy Pokeballs. Well,
Yeah, there's an architectural difference with these mazes that you don't see anywhere else.
Good. Mommy?
It was terrifying.
What happened?
You didn't see, did you?
I did not see it.
because on the stuff we can change, which is putting barbecue sauce on our titties. We can do that. That's something that can be done. I think, as president, I think we should implement putting barbecue sauce on everybody's titties. To resolve arguments, we should just put barbecue sauce on everyone's titties. I think that will improve our country greatly. I'm an elf. Do not take what I have here.
This is for Harambe!
Got him.
This
is for Harambe!
This is for Harambe!
Got him.
Hey!
Sean, you fucking cunt!
No.
She came around the fucking room, and I was so
Wait.
afraid, and I trusted you, and then I was like, what's he doing? Why's he running around? Oh, to kill me in broad daylight!
Yeah. He was chasing me and he went off of me to you, Ethan. I'm sorry, I had to get away. I was trying to run. I'm sorry.
Oh my god. I came back to Sean, you fucking cunt. How y'all doing? Oh, fucking hell. Perfect end of the clips. To be fair, Ethan trusted him and he I think it was Ethan. Was that Ethan? Shit's great. Anyway, did you like my fan art? I loved your fan art. It was great. It took you an hour. I can tell, buddy. It looks so good. Thank you. Good morning, evening, afternoon, everyone. How are we all doing? Welcome in. Welcome into the Bat Cafe. Have a seat. Take a load off. It's rainy out there. Look at that. Look at that perpetual rain. It hasn't been a cloudy day in months. That's because I just really like the weather. But California. Oh yeah. Yeah. Hold up. I have to show you guys something. Hold on. Let me do this so it doesn't spoil the surprise. For those of you who haven't been watching Twitter, well, what the fuck, why not? But for those of you who have not seen Twitter, I have a few things to show you, okay? These are going to be future dances. I say dances, not dance. Like, yes, it's a surprise here. I'm gonna pause the music so you guys can see this. I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna back up. Give me a second. Hold up. Okay, am I far enough away? I'm far enough away. All right. Yes, dances, multiple. All right. You ready? Is it great? It's gonna be a toggle soon. Here, let me turn it down a bit. No, don't ban me. Yeah. I don't know how that's gonna work. I've never done it in other outfits. That's some MMD level shit. Lindo, I have something to tell you. It is MMD. Do it as a small. Only if someone redeems it. Welp. I guess I gotta do it small. Let me do it with another song, though. Because I have multiple. let me switch it to the next one. But yes, these are going to be future dances that you guys can redeem. They're not set up to be redeemed right now, but they will be set up to be redeemed. Okay. Here you go. Okay. Let's see how this looks. Why am I just standing like on the counter? I don't know what happens when biddies when dancing. Floats to assert dominance. Yes, I'm. Anyway, here we go. Here's the second dance. Get down, you I'm still fucking going! Who's gonna clean all these nuts? Ow, ow, ow! I have one more, but right now it's the full song, and I don't want you guys sitting through all of that. That was the surprise. You go in a circle, I fucking spin out. Anyway, I'm extremely confused, but I love it. Good. If you guys have other songs, thank you for the love, Lilin. Yeah, rotate vato. Yeah, I got. Hold on, I gotta fix that. Let me hide myself again and play the music. It's real fun. I'm probably going to make the redeems, the dance redeems, pretty expensive because they take up about 30 seconds each, and I will have to like set up for it. Like I have to back up away from my stuff. I have to, but it's worth it. If I start hearing music, I'm gonna back up so I can dance for you guys. But hi, I'm glad you like it. All right. They can be fairly disruptive to a stream. Yeah, so I'm gonna make them pretty expensive just to make sure that it's not pulled too much, because they do disrupt stream, but it's still funny as hell. I think the get down one specifically should not be prepared for. Yeah, I just kind of was like, I found these are my favorite meme dances and meme songs. Squats, what the fuck? Fine, I will do squamps. I'll do tiny squats. I am not squeaking while I do squats. I am not squeating. You cannot make me. Fine. I don't know how many that is. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Whew. Oh, I feel it in my fucking legs. Alright. So, now that all that shenaniganery is out of the way, we're gonna discuss what we're doing today. So this is going to be not a normal World Building Wednesday. This is going to be a roundtable discussion. I'm going to be hopping in to a VC here in a moment. I'm going to be grabbing up everyone who's joining. The main crew... Is there a wee one coughing in the background? Maybe. But the main people that were originally there talking about it last week... What? Cecil is upsetty. But yeah, it was me. Yeah, it's me. Let me turn my music back up. Your joints will do that for you. You right.
Thank you for the water.
Thank you, Lilin. How? Oh, bear. It's alright. Why did you drink it like that?
Hi, Ghibli, you're in the way. I have to talk.
No horse, Lilin. Don't laugh at that wee one. You are... No, you're not a horse, you're a bear. Anyway, today's going to be a roundtable discussion where we're going to be talking, Desmond and Leon are handsome in our relationship goals. But we're going to be having Leon, thank God. You're not a horse, stop chanting it. We're going to be having Leon, Lindo, and Caden. I know Lindo and Caden were the two that started this, and I went, let's do it on World Building Wednesday. Bet. So here we are, we're doing it. And for those who are confused, a few days ago, last week, I think it was Thursday or Friday, we talked about Legend of Zelda and the timeline. Now, the timeline's convoluted as shit, and we're gonna cover that a little bit, because I know a lot of you haven't played a whole lot of the Zelda games. So, without further ado, I'm gonna go into my VIP. I see it. People are already there. Ha.
Hello. Yep, mm-hmm.
Hi. Yeah, what the
Yeah, I'm not, what? Raz isn't here, what are we talking about?
Desmond, I love those dances, but my immediate thought was, man, I really want Bakami Tai to just have Desmond singing. That would be so good. It's the Yakuza dance, and I will send you a video. Hold on.
There we go.
Yeah, it's the fucking
That's
oh,
what
you're muted, by the way.
You're muted on stream.
You're muted on stream.
Whoops. I hit the wrong button.
Dummy.
I'm a dumb baby idiot. Yeah,
Go.
thank you,
Go.
thank you, Lilith.
Go.
It's okay. Well, it's because I have my unmute for Discord and my mute for everything else right next to each other, so I can voice.
Thank you for the pat.
Yes, I am a silly man. Huh?
That's man.
Mwah.
Blippy.
Hey, blip blip.
What?
Cute.
It'd us.
Blippy.
Blippy, I'm trying to get Desmond to do Bakami Tai as one of the dances.
I'll do it.
No. You need to find 24-Hour Cinderella.
Oh God, I think I know which one you're referring to.
It's the Majima one.
I have no shame. I'll do it.
Also,
I don't know.
Desmond, I'm just gonna go ahead and post the video and memes. The thing that I said, yeah. Yeah, that's all.
Considering it's all MMD, I demand a vocal aid dance.
Yeah, for those who don't know, here I can actually show you the inner workings. You're gonna get to see the wires behind everything, but I know, I'm okay with it. Here, I'll show you guys the wires.
I'm
here's
gonna
the
enjoy
dance.
this while I enjoy my pancakes.
This is what it's gonna be named: Dance California Girls! Exclamation point. That redeem currently does not exist. It's just going to be the name for the redeem. I have to make it. But this is the VMD file, and this is the music file, and then it's just I just push a button and I do it. The last dance I had. This is Get Down. Get down, you did a bit.
The JoJo torture dance, yes.
Oh no!
Oh yes, please.
Oh my god.
You don't
apparently,
need a version.
Apparently they added that to Destiny 2. I seen a clip about it this morning, and I'm just like, that's so stupid, and I love it.
It's just hard to believe something's getting put in. Like, of all things to be baffled by in Fortnite, they put in an emote that's just the Kingdom Hearts death pose.
Also, I have Specialist from Persona Dance.
Yo!
That's the one I'm gonna have to cut down because I have all 3 minutes of it.
Fangy, I know which fucking section you're referring to because my little niece and nephew love Paw Patrol. I know exactly which episode you're referring to.
I have not seen it.
Paw Patrol
I don't watch
has
Paw Patrol.
JoJo references?
Yes,
what has this world become?
It's like an episode where these suits of armor were running around by themselves, and as they went to look to see, they went and stood still in JoJo poses.
That's great. I would love
hate it
hearing.
here.
I would love Pillar Man, or no, Lilin did it. Lilin, you had a clip, a TikTok a while back where you're doing like the JoJo poses. Paw Patrol has Homestuck references too. Everything has Homestuck references. Homestuck has been around since 2009. Ain't no one hasn't seen Homestuck my age or older.
I just can't believe that we've come full circle on that stupid fucking Twitter post from a while ago about like, I don't know, Paw Patrol is kind of mid. Have you ever heard of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?
But yeah, Steven Universe was also one of the kids shows that had like anime references and Homestuck references. So like, it's all everywhere. We're all a bunch of weebs. Cause fun fact, people my age are now in the entertainment industry, so you're gonna start seeing a lot
exactly.
You're gonna start seeing a lot of that. That's why a lot of shows and movies nowadays have like generational trauma fixing as the story, like Encanto and Turning Red. It's because we got fucked up and we're going, hey, parents, maybe don't fuck up your kids.
See, now I'm just incredibly scared for when my generation goes into the entertainment
when your
business.
generation goes in, there's gonna be a lot of like
fever dreams.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we've already
in the movie. There's gonna be a random just like bad PNG of a trash can, and we're gonna call it comedy. Because I've laughed too many times at those.
I'm terrified for the Fortnite wave. Oh yeah, there's probably gonna be characters in random anime shows or like future shows made by not millennials, by Gen Zers who are just Fortnite dancing.
Yeah, flossing.
But here's the thing: we have to remember the Gen Z is particularly divided.
Yeah, I was about to say.
There's
most
the
of,
early
like,
Gen
the
Z, and then the late Gen Z. We're different groups.
Most of like the first 7 years of Gen Z don't claim the rest of it. I was born 98. I don't claim anybody after like 02.
Oh, thank God, I'm 02.
Little said I made the cut. All right.
I made the cut. I literally just barely made the cut.
Alrighty, so it looks like
I'm from that year that all those really good things happened. 2001.
Oh yeah. That was a great year.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is it?
Only good things happened, Desmond.
Fun fact.
There is
did
no
you
war
know-
in Boston.
Actually, there is a good thing. My mother found out she was pregnant with me.
Nice.
Exactly. See?
It just happened to be on that.
Yeah. Leon, you're the only one old enough to know this.
How could you do this to me?
Well, because I remember exactly how I saw it and why it happened. But yeah, speaking of 2001, I got to see The Thing on live TV. I was in... Fuck, what class was I in? How old was I?
Geography.
Geography.
No, seriously, how old
I was 8 years old.
You were 8, that means I was 9.
That means you're 9. Yeah, you were almost 10.
When-
Desmond really said, Leon, you're older than dirt.
Desmond.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Doesn't-
I was. Wait, am I really one of the older people here? What the fuck? You could be. Lillian, you might know too. But yeah, you know the thing that we never forgot. We know.
My mom was watching The Thing in the hospital, and that's when she realized. That's when they learned. Oh, you're pregnant.
Damn.
Damn.
The thing was happening, and the doctor was like, "Congrats." And she's like,
Tragedy's happening, just like you got
You're pregnant.
baby.
You're pregnant.
Yeah, you
Which
know,
thing?
the
There were
thing.
multiple things. The thing.
Yeah,
that-
yeah, you
The
know,
thing.
the
We're
thing.
trying not to.
The 9/11.
Kurt Russell.
The
You know, Kurt
9/11
Russell.
Dread
thing.
got it.
The 9/11.
The
9/11
September thing.
Yeah. Because my brain randomly went to that, and I went, God, I actually remember watching that live on TV.
Same.
That's how old I am. Sure, I was 9, but I was there for it.
Yeah, I went to school, and then it happened,
The
and
actual
my
thing in the movie.
and my teacher pulled it up,
Same.
and
They're like, hey, let's just traumatize a bunch of kids.
Right? Like,
yeah, and then he was just like, "This is
And they
important. You need to
continue
know
to
this
do
for
it
history."
to this day.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just like, "This is
I'll
history,
be the-
so you have to pay attention."
This is history in the making. You gotta watch
like
it.
we do it in Canada too. Like
Yeah. And then my mom called like right after it happened and took me home.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't know if my mom was able to bring me home, but I just know I remember seeing it on TV in school, and I'm all, oh. And then we
It happened like frame 2 after it happened. Just
Yeah.
like, "Hey, Leon, you gotta go to the office. Your mom's here to pick you up." I'm like, "Oh. Am I under attack too?"
No.
Is it me?
I think she was just freaking out and wanted you home.
Yeah, that's what it was.
It was a time of, oh God, are we all getting exploded? Because we didn't know what the fuck was happening.
yeah, like to be fair, this was a very valid amount of panic.
The 7-year-old me was just like, this is not good, because my teachers were scared.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the baby is you. No, we are never talking about the baby is you.
Let's not talk about that.
That is Toby Fox's dark past, and we're not talking about that. Anyway, enough about talking old. Welcome in, all of you. I think we have the main bulk of the individuals that I wanted here, and a few extras who are absolutely sweet. Mwah, Riza. I know you haven't played a single Zelda game, but you're here to vibe, and I appreciate you, and you're precious, and you need to pet you. Come here.
you're here to witness this chaos.
Yeah, basically. So
Also, I recommend Minish Cap.
Minish Cap is
Minish
really
Cap is
good.
very.
Don't black Minish Cap. Hold the fuck on.
I got splatted in the face with water.
Oh, okay. Okay, the stream just caught up to me seeing
Yeah.
that. So I was like, hold on.
Minish
Hold
Cap
on
is
a
very
Minish
minute.
Cap is good. I was
It was
just
such
getting,
unfortunate
just getting
timing.
waterboarded. I'm sorry.
See, I really recommend the Oracle games.
Oracle
Yeah,
games are also
that's
really
fair.
fun. So yeah, we're gonna go down the line real quick. And this is going to be a roundtable discussion, so we're going to do our best not to talk over each other. When someone has the floor, we'll let them say their piece, and then I'll probably interject with something, then we'll have like a free time to talk about it, and then we'll hop over to the next person. Make sure you have water and snack, because we're going to be doing some talking.
I got pancakes and milk.
I got pizza.
Close enough. So we
I
have.
made pancakes, okay?
You know what? Live your Canadian truth, Lindo.
They're chocolate chip.
Live your truth. Alrighty.
I have white chocolate Rice Krispie treat M&Ms. That is my snack right now.
What the fuck, share?
Bro, they're fucking
Gib?
delicious.
My
Like
back
the-
paw is
Gib?
out. Gib? Share? Hello?
The best part about
my
working at a
hands may not be
Walgreens.
visible, but hands are out.
Best part about working at a Walgreens is the second the seasonal candy comes out, I get to peruse and find my favorites.
I love candy. Alright. So I'm gonna start us off with what we're doing exactly. I'm also gonna let's grab some reach out again. I'm scared to know what you're gonna do to me, Dread, but okay.
Oh no.
My hand is out. What are you doing? Hey, I've realized, since doing this a lot with my hands, my... Damn it, I couldn't grab it. I've realized my pinkies stick out a little more than usual.
Yeah,
That's not
I was
the model.
noticing that too.
That's my
They reach.
hand. Those
Wait,
are just-
really?
That's not the model. That's my hands. See?
So your pinkies
Oh,
just
shit, mine-
naturally like reach out further?
Yeah.
Or
Mine,
just, like,
mine kind
stretching
of does
them?
too.
Look at that.
Mine kind of does too. Yeah.
It's just what my
Mine do
pinkies
too.
naturally do. Anyway.
I don't like that you've pointed that out.
No, I think pinkies are.
How
just a
about you,
little-
Leon? How's your
naturally.
hands?
Fine. I mean, I've broken my fingers before. So like,
I've never broken any of my fingers. They're very precious, and I keep them safe because I draw with them. Lilith, wait, what'd you do? What the fuck? I
You've
gave
just blown the
everyone-
entire
I
test
think-
mine.
I think it's natural.
Yeah, probably.
Because like
Or
on one
we're all
hand,
just weird.
because on one hand, my right hand, the pinky is closer, but my left hand, the pinky is farther.
Yeah, if I just straighten out my fingers like this,
No.
my pinkies are out a little farther. I have to consciously bring them in. That's crazy. Anyway,
I'm gonna be fiddling with my
Reach.
pinky all stream now. God damn it.
you're welcome. You now get to live with this knowledge.
You get to live with the knowledge cursed upon you.
hmm
Well, you know what, Desmond? You're now breathing manually.
No, I'm not.
God damn it.
I'm not gonna breathe.
I'm not gonna. We just hear Leon pass out in the background.
What did I just come back to?
You assume Desmond knows how to breathe?
Yeah, me trying to learn how to breathe. All right, so
So
I'm gonna, I'm gonna
you
pull this
inhale
up
and then you
real quick.
exhale.
Yeah.
I learned how to breathe finally. It came to be.
All right, so I'm gonna
Much
open up
better.
Clip Studio Paint, and I'm gonna go over to my art tab, but I'm gonna be using it to keep up with just the timeline that we're making here. Ow, because that is the
Every single thing.
yeah you're right, every single little baby thing.
Alright.
Because we are going to be discussing. Bate, where are you fighting? Get down here. You're not on the table today. Sit.
Let me pull up the unofficial timeline just so I have it as a reference.
Same. I'm also going to be pulling that up.
I love that we
Yeah.
call it the unofficial when it's official, but
because
it's
got
it's
holes.
bad because it's
It-
bad.
It has plot holes.
It do got plot holes.
Yeah, where do the CDI's games go?
Yeah.
No.
The
You know,
big
the greatest
moon.
Ask me
latest
those real
game.
questions.
Don't
Vetoing.
fucking do this to me.
Vetoing.
The CDI games go in a goddamn garbage can.
That was gonna be a joke. I was gonna be like, "Hey, go way over here," and I just set them in a fucking trash
In the
bin.
fucking trash
But what about
can,
Korodai?
They go over there with fucking Spamton G Spamton. That's where they go.
I agree.
Deltarune mod, where it's he's just trying to sell you a copy of Zelda CDI.
Alright,
All I can think of is the Stupendium song where at the beginning he's like living out of a goddamn garbage can.
Alright, I have. Bitch, I live in a trash can. Alright, I have the official timeline pulled up. It's in Japanese though, so I may need to go find the English version. But I recognize all the titles from just seeing
Yeah.
the screens.
All I know is that Big Moon go burr
Big Moon 2 go burr. Alright. Yeah.
and
thank you.
Femboy Link.
Let's
You
go.
leave Spamton out of this? Nah. CDI games are janky gold mines. I actually played one.
I played all three of them.
I'm sorry.
I
played
refuse
all-
to play them.
You should.
Well, it's because my uncle had the CDI, and he was like, "Hey, come check this shit out. It's awesome. You like Legend of Zelda?" I'm like, "I love Legend of Zelda." And then he fucking showed me the CDI games. I think it was Wanda Gamelon I played first. What a fucking travesty.
Yeah, I played the one where you get to play Zelda.
Oh,
Um,
Forces of Evil.
That's
I'm-
interesting. I pulled the timeline from the Zelda fandom wiki. They've like
I should probably do that, huh?
They've
It's
broken
got
it
'em,
down
like-
into
it's
more
got 'em
than
bro-
just games.
well, yeah, they got it broken down into a lot of the different things, but they've also kind of like faded out ones where they don't take place in Hyrule proper. That's kind of cool.
Ooh. Send me that one.
Yeah,
Unless
hold
I
on.
found
I'll stick it.
already. I have
I'll
not.
stick it in VIB. I'll stick it in VIB chat.
I'm a dip for now to make food, but I will come back and share my limited knowledge later.
Thank you.
Have fun.
Godspeed.
All right, I dropped it in VIB.
I do at least appreciate that. Getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, ahead of this. Apparently, like they've converged the timeline, so it's no longer a mess going forward.
Yeah, so this doesn't have anything from like Hyrule Warriors onwards, which I'm always the kind of person to be like Hyrule Warriors is the convergence because of how its like plot works. But
Hyrule Warriors is like the distant cousin.
yeah, but like its whole plot is about bringing a bunch of like different Zelda elements together, and then seeing how Breath of the Wild is immediately afterwards kind of makes it feel like it's the convergence.
Yeah, we'll look into all of that in a bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is supposedly the official timeline. Because this came out in Hyrule Historia, I think.
Yes.
But the thing is, Hyrule Historia was not made by officially licensed Nintendo people. It was made by people who were hired to make the book. They didn't get like the full scope of it because there are a few issues here and there, which I'm sure many people have pointed out. But for those who don't know, oh, hi King, welcome in. I'm not Kirby. Who's Kirby? Are one of you pretending to be Kirby?
It isn't me.
Poyo?
Shit, it was me. But
there's an owl among us.
Oh, it's
who?
Lillian's Kirby.
Oh shit.
Alrighty, but yeah, for those who don't know, because I know a lot of you haven't played the. Thank you, Jen, for the 24 biddies. But for those who haven't played a whole lot of Zelda games, which I know most of chat hasn't, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of Zelda games, and some of them are not all considered quote-unquote canon, I guess. Some of them are considered like spin-offs, or I don't know how to explain it. Not set on the main course of the quote-unquote timeline canon, because unlike Mario games and Sonic games, it's not just the same character going through like different stories and fighting the same bad guy. It's a new set of characters every time. They all just happen to be named Link, Zelda, and Ganon. And sometimes Impa. Because the games themselves actually set a tradition where all of the princesses of Hyrule who are born to the King of Hyrule are gonna be named Zelda. It's just a very traditional common name for them. As such, it seems that Link is probably a very common name too, unless you're like an asshole and name your character like, I don't know. Give me a silly name that you guys used to name Link, because I know you did.
I know one that I never did, but it changes the dialogue funny.
Smoongus, there you go, Lilin.
Smoongus.
I've always named my guy Link every time.
Same. I always named him Link.
I always named him Link.
I had a friend
my...
who renamed Link Fuck Me.
Nice.
That's great.
Created amazing results.
That's beautiful. But yeah, unless your Link is being played by someone who just wanted to name him the rudest shit in the world, his name is Link. That's
Which,
his
like,
name.
Even naming him the rudest shit doesn't matter, because yeah, in canon he is still Link regardless.
Yeah, in canon his name is Link. And you're always fighting a guy named Ganondorf. And all of you are basically in this perpetual cycle of reincarnation and fighting. It gets convoluted, but because of this, everyone has started grabbing different games and going, well, when do they come in? I can't believe Link is the Greg of Hyrule. I wish.
Also,
I'm trying to get that reference, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna hit you with an actually here. Technically, at the beginning, it's Delmise. Or demise. Something like
Demise.
that.
Demise.
Yeah, demise.
Delmise
Delmise is a
is
Pokemon.
Pokemon,
Delmise is a
Demise.
Pokemon.
Demise. Yeah. Well, also, I'll hit you with another. Well, actually, sometimes Ganondorf is actually Ganon.
Those are technically two completely separate characters. We will get into that when Ocarina of Time shows up.
Okay, I'm going to hit you both with actually, isn't it semi-canonified that Demise and Ganon are the same being, just Ganon is
Well,
like,
Demise was the first one. When he
and
reincarnates,
then
he's always
reincarnates.
It's always
Yeah.
it's the same soul, basically. Yes, Ganon is the boring Ganondorf.
the same person, basically.
All right, so
Because of the end of Skyward Sword.
let's get through the timeline, shall we? Since we all know that there's all these different games, wasn't he Dragmire 2 at some point? Yes, we will be getting to that. We're going to be covering... I'm not going to go over the entire games, we're just going to give a quick, couple of minutes surmise to explain why it exists in the timeline. But we're going to go through this real quick. Now, I'm sure everyone here can agree Skyward Sword is the first in the lineage.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
There's literally no arguing it.
Yeah, that's kind of set in stone.
It's so clear.
How am I gonna do this? I want to use the icon.
It would be shocking to actually say that there's any other game otherwise that could be like the origin story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You
it's
just
the
basically
fact
call
that,
them wrong.
I mean, just under the fact for the creation of the Master Sword in itself.
Yes. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make little icons like this to show the timeline here. Boop. So this is going to be our icon for Skyward Sword, and this is going to be our starting point. For those who don't know why it's the starting point, because yes, it is it is one of the later games that have been made. In
15th
actual...
according to the...
It's the 15th game?
So that timeline I sent you actually does have release order. That's the little parentheses.
Ooh. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, even though this game is the 15th in this series to be made, it's actually the first on the timeline, and that's because they kind of hop around with it. They're always exploring different ideas and different stories, and this one just so happened to be so far back in the past, you're like, oh, okay, I guess it's the starting point.
Oh, thank you, Dread.
I need to be taken seriously. There we go.
Well, as well, a lot of the events.
Mirror.
Nah, man, nah. Don't be crazy, dog. Don't be typing stuff.
Oh, I was caps.
Haha! Oh!
It's okay.
God damn it.
Just like the creation of certain things, like I mentioned the Master Sword, but also presumably the Temple of Time.
Mm-hmm. So basically, Skyward Sword set up a lot of stuff that we were going to see in the earlier games. It sets up the origin story of a lot of stuff, such as the concept of the Sky People, which is a running theme in a lot of Legend of Zelda games. You'll see it in Minish Cap, Twilight Princess. I'm sure there's a few others, but
Twilight Princess.
there were Twilight Princess. There were Sky People in Twilight Princess. I think I said that already, didn't I?
Did you?
You did.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, yeah, you did. I'm stupid.
I was about to say, I think I said it, but I'm not sure anymore.
Yeah, no, I didn't hear it. I think I'm just zoning out.
Go on, Cecily. But yeah, a concept of Sky People has been there for a while. There's also the setup of the Master Sword, like you guys said, because originally it wasn't a Master Sword, it was just a simple Goddess Sword that your first Link has to level up and completely... I don't know, completely upgrade, I guess is the best word. And then you fight...
I would say forge, because it's forging the sword.
Kind of. He's just kind of having feasting at it.
Well, not
But
only like he also
close.
like gets flames. It's described as like forging the broader sword into the
Yeah.
master sword, because it's like, especially for the first dungeons, man gets shot at with fire.
Yeah, that's true. It's getting upgraded through sacred fire. So I guess I can see that. Like with those big ol' anime nerd glasses, huh? Oh, need a nerd bat redeem? Nah, I'm not doing that. I mean, I might one day. But, yeah, so it sets up a lot of stuff. It also sets up the dynamic between Link, Zelda, and Ganondorf when Ganondorf is Demise, because he's not just a human man or a Gerudo human guy anymore. This is his first iteration. He's supposedly a demon king that came out from under the ground and caused a lot of issues. And it's where he dies first. And then he goes, haha, I'm gonna curse you and your progeny for the rest of your fucking lives. We're gonna duel for the rest of eternity. Fuck you, nerds. And then he dies, and then Link goes, oh. So yeah, it is the first in the series. There it is, hanging out at the very top. Now, next in here says Minish Cap.
Which I feel like makes sense in a way.
I'm trying to remember Minish Cap in its entirety.
Minish Cap has Vati as the main villain. He opens like...
Yeah, I know Vati's an
something...
asshole.
Yeah, he opens like this box or whatever, monsters go free. Zelda gets turned into stone.
Yeah, he opens up a box that basically held all of the like Tweely and other monsters that were banished in Skyward. He reopens that box and kind of just goes ham.
Yeah.
This is also where last time when we were talking, where we thought the first split will happen.
Yeah,
because of
we'll
its
talk about
ending.
the new stuff that we think is happening in the second half of this.
Yeah.
Right now we're just kind of setting up what we all agree is
correct.
Canon and correct, yes. Babe, would you also say Minish Cap? Oh my god, stop it. Would you also say Minish Cap is the first or the second?
The one after Skyward? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of hard because I haven't played Minish Cap since it came out in the Game Boy Advance.
Right, it is an older game.
It's been a while, but I could see it.
And if we want to like bring back kind of reference to the idea of the Sky People,
yeah,
because we know for a fact that
show up here too.
They're still human form.
Yeah,
at this point.
They aren't weird chicken demons. They aren't
with
chickens.
boobs.
Feathery
They aren't
assholes.
titty chickens.
Yeah.
Weird chicken demons.
I hate those designs, by the way.
Oh, I hate the Oka so much.
Oka,
I hate the Oka designs.
And the fact that one of them has a baby.
Yeah,
and
I
it's
hate
just a
that.
head.
I hate that immensely.
Okay, so we can agree this is the currently we're still good.
Yeah.
Alright, and next on the timeline here it says Four Swords. Now I never played Four Swords, so whoever did, remind me of what it does.
The only thing I know is that Vati is the villain again.
Yes,
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
Vati is brought back.
It's meant to be like a direct sequel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is Four Swords, not Four Swords Adventure.
Yes.
Because those are
And Four Swords actually came out before Minish Cap, according to this timeline, which I do remember that, yeah. So Minish Cap kind of worked as a prequel game.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
that's why those two work well.
Four Swords comes out before Minish Cap?
Well, yeah, it was released before Minish Cap. Minish Cap came 2 games after.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
it
Four
was
Swords was
released.
the 9th. Yeah, so Four Swords was the 9th game, and then Minish Cap was the 11th.
Yeah, because it was Four Swords Adventures, and then Minish Cap.
Minish Cap.
But it does
Yeah.
say, I know in Minish Cap that's Vati's origin point, because he was originally a character who was just a normal guy, and then he gets corrupted.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
Four Swords has him coming back.
Yes.
Okay, so then yeah, that would definitely be the sequel to that one.
Yeah, and in Four Swords, that's when he's in the weird like demon form you see him in with like
the big eye.
The big eye,
the big
yeah.
eye and the
Right, the
claw.
bat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So what is next here?
After that
Ocarina of
is
Time. The beautiful game.
The one that fucking made a divergence in the goddamn
The
timeline.
one who started
the game
it
that
all.
started the problem child.
I love my problem child game though.
You fucking bastard, you.
Oh
This
my
is
God,
why
all
we
these
can't have
levels are
nice
so good.
things.
You
So
Ocarina
it's
playing
definitely
sack of
not.
crap.
It's definitely not my favorite. I do respect Ocarina for all it does. I respect its place in the canon.
Mhm.
I have so many more games I enjoy way more. I am a Link to the Past. I am a Link to the Past playing motherfucker all day long.
I love Link to the Past. It is not my favorite Zelda game though.
It became mine after I started hanging out with the randomizer community.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That'll influence your decision for sure.
They're a bunch of very wonderful assholes and
Oh,
are
yeah.
super cool people. I at one point was playing Link to the Past with a little thing where it skinned over Link's Vaporeon, and it was the greatest thing ever.
Oh
God damn it.
no.
Not Vaporeon.
They could do it for anything, but like Vaporeon was just the one I used. Whenever I got turned into Bunny Link, it was Eevee.
Oh no.
Alright, there we go. I needed to make my canvas bigger so we could see what I was doing. So, according to the timeline, Ocarina of Time comes after that. And
I
then
love the way
that's-
you put that. I love the way you put that, Lillian. Yeah, of those three games, it's always Vati, I believe.
Yeah.
Let me check Four Swords Adventures. Or actually,
I
yeah,
think Four Swords
technically-
Adventures has Vati, but you still fight
You
It's
still
got
fight
both
Ganon.
of them.
Ganon.
Yeah.
Also, Miss Buffle, thank you for the follow. Oh, and of course, I understand.
Oh, thank you for the pet.
But welcome in! Welcome to the Bat Cafe. Please take a seat and enjoy your stay. Since you do not know me, hello. I am Desmond Dracula. I'm a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he/him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as rolebuild on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes. And today it is Worldbuilding Wednesdays because we worldbuild on Wednesdays. But specifically, we're discussing a game franchise. We're discussing Legend of Zelda, specifically the timeline, and why I don't agree with it. And I have a group of my homies over here with me today who also thinks it should probably be cleaned up a little. We have, from the left to the right, we have Itty Blipbot, we have Caden, Leon, my love, and we have Lindo.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Greetings, traveler.
Alright,
I'm
so...
putting on my glasses.
Also, Lillian, how dare you?
What did Lillian do? Time travel kind of messed stuff up. It more than messed stuff up.
There we go. I have glasses now.
Check my hero of timeline, which is blackjack and hookers.
No, the thing Desmond said before, or the thing that Lillian said before
Lillian
that.
said, yeah.
Did you know, according to male Hylian and female Gerudo relations, Link is the most compatible?
Yeah. Alright, so I know we can all agree that Majora's Mask does take place immediately after Ocarina.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a sequel in literally every sense of the word. It came out like a year after, and it also is a direct sequel. It's the exact same Link, specifically. I'm just gonna use this logo. I'm also trying to keep them kind of spaced out, as you can see.
I've always kind of wondered why Ocarina of Time specifically comes right after Four Swords.
Actually,
I think
all
one
it
of the
says.
things-
Oh, sorry, Blippi.
No, I think one of the things that that point tends to stem from is a lot of games call back to Ocarina of Time, which will if you're taking it seriously, then that means that has to have happened before. But for its placement right after Four Swords, I don't know enough about Four Swords to comment about that.
All I can think of is that because all the other games usually have some sort of reference either to the games prior or to specifically the Hyrulean Civil War, whereas Four Swords, Minish, and Skyward Sword do not because it hadn't happened yet.
Well, yeah.
Right.
So it just kind of makes sense that Ocarina ends up there.
So there's no reason.
If I remember right,
to
that's
be.
how. If I remember right, that's how Ocarina starts, is like a cutscene referring to the Civil War.
It's like they go through the creation of the world, and then they go into the Civil War.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just in-lore stuff, and we're going to be filling that in as we go as well. It is on the timeline here. Right here it says, Banishment of the Twilight is between Skyward Sword and Minish Cap. The Sacred Realm is sealed, and Kingdom of Hyrule is founded. Because after Skyward Sword, the Kingdom of Hyrule doesn't exist until then. Link's a Civil War reenactor? No. And about Majora's Mask, I guess it's a dream? I have no idea, but we can talk about that once we're done putting down all the games.
Yeah, that Majora's Mask is its own level of spicy.
It really is.
Yeah, I've got my own little thing to say with it. I love Majora's Mask so much.
Oh, yeah.
And
It's very
we
good.
know that Twilight Princess is after Majora's Mask.
Yes. So,
Oh, yeah.
Twilight Princess is also a direct sequel after Ocarina of Time / Majora's Mask. Specifically after Majora's Mask. And there's a reason I say that. Okay, this picture's not loading. What the fuck?
Fun fact, the thing that you mentioned about like the connection was the first time I heard that the Legend of Zelda games were connected.
Really?
Like that specific bit in Twilight Princess.
Hmm.
I thought that every game was separate.
Oh.
But that is still a really cool note to link them.
See, I learned when I was watching a Let's Play of Wind Waker.
Wind Waker rules.
Wind Waker's good.
Because Wind Waker specifically also references Ocarina of Time.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be putting that down as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's a direct sequel to the adult timeline.
Yep.
Where it's technically a different Link, because the Link from Ocarina stayed in the child timeline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And technically the Link in Wind Waker isn't even actually like an actual like Link part of the timeline.
Yeah, they actually make it a point in Wind Waker to be like, oh, you're not the real Link, you're not the real hero, you're just a hero. And it's like, well, first of all, rude. So I'm gonna
How
put
dare
that
you?
over here. There's our Wind Waker split off. And yes, that's one of the reasons why Ocarina of Time is seen as a problem child. It's because multiple games tie back to it going, we're its sequel! And then people are going, how though?
But
Because it's a split.
I still feel like that a lot of this comes from, oh, it was just referencing an old game, like, hey, remember this?
It could have
been. And it caused lore problems because
it's just like the problem comes from the fact that the game they decide to reference constantly is the game that deals with time travel.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd definitely be a problem in it, yeah.
Like, had the game they constantly referenced hadn't included timeline and that ending of which splitting the timeline, at least for what we're considering, into two separate timelines based
Also,
off of Ocarina.
This list doesn't have all of the games because new games have come out since then.
Yeah, it just stops like I was saying. I think it stops right before Warriors. I want to say. Where's the newest game on this list?
When we go,
because it's got a link. It's got a link between worlds on it. But yeah, the newest one is Triforce Heroes on this list.
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab the Japanese one again, and I'm just gonna have it sitting right here. There we go. Alright, so we have Twilight Princess. Yeah, it didn't have I think it's called Spirit Tracks?
No, it's got Spirit Tracks. That's in
It's got Spirit Tracks, bottom right.
Spirit Tracks.
Yeah, it's in Timeline
I'm
D.
thinking of Phantom Hourglass. It has Phantom Hourglass. I'm just an idiot.
Yeah.
Do chat need to be on topic, by the way? Not necessarily. Y'all can talk about it, and you can put in your input. But you don't have to be here constantly talking about it if, you know.
Starting to feel like a math word problem.
Alright, there's Phantom.
It kind of do.
It is.
Now, according to the timeline, this is a direct sequel to Wind Waker, which
Yep.
I'm not gonna lie, I never played Phantom Hourglass, but I know about it.
Yeah, so Phantom Hourglass basically starts as Wind Waker ended.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
There's an opening cutscene of which, like, Link is going back onto the big boat, and we go into a cutscene that starts the whole Phantom Hourglass's story.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe it's another instance where it's the same Link.
The same
It is
Link
the same
direct
Link.
sequel.
It's the exact same one.
Yeah.
And same thing with Spirit Tracks.
Is it?
I thought
Is Spirit
Spirit Tracks
Tracks the
was a
same
different
Link?
Link. I thought it was a different Link because
Spirit Track is a descendant.
because
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, he's a descendant.
yeah, he's a descendant because we no longer are dealing with the Great Sea.
Oh, yeah, there's
Oh,
land. That's
right.
right. That's what makes me think that fucking Breath of the Wild is after Spirit Tracks.
Spirit Tracks is fun.
It
I
is.
the 3D or the 3D or the DS 3DS games are. I didn't like them
They're-
too much because you had to use oops all touch controls, and half
Yeah.
the time I was super
Like
annoyed.
they're not perfect, but I will say I feel like they're like some like
quirky.
underappreciated gems.
Absolutely. They aren't bad games by any stretch of the imagination.
They're not like
They're just
they're just not they're good. They're good games.
They're good games. They're just very. If you're going to compare them to their other counterparts, they're just very ungraceful games.
Yeah, and they're
Yeah,
very
fair.
much so of their time release.
Absolutely.
They don't age great.
They definitely did not.
I mean, if you use a mouse and keyboard, it's great, but you know.
Fair. Alright, so we have everything on the Wind Waker timeline put down
Oh.
here. What?
Oh, bye everyone.
Did you get hate crimed? They hate crimed because he's a bear. Okay, so I've never played Four Swords Adventure. I will say that out the gate. So because
I don't think
never
I have
played that
either.
GameCube.
have.
Who has? You have?
I have. I played with my cousin and my brother.
Okay. Give me a surmise of how that game worked because I don't know.
So Four Swords Adventures was on the GameCube. And it was one of the few games that were like purely multiplayer. You could play it single player, but it was absolute bimbus to get, all four links to do what you wanted.
Bimbus.
It was fucking bimbus.
Well, because you had to use the fucking C stick to move them all, and then like when you're freaking out when shit is
Yeah.
like fucking swinging at you, you're just like, "Fuck, please save me."
Oh, that sounds awful.
But it was cool because it's like you could have 4 players all at once, and then like it was usually my bro, my cousin, and me. I was always Red Link. And yeah, it was yeah. There was no fucking orange Link, so.
Oh, and thank you for the stretchy, Miss Puffles. Everyone get stretches. Ugh.
This applies to everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah.
We want stretches. Thank you. There we go. Alright, but what happens in Four Swords Adventures?
So it's just like another fucking goofy thing. Vati comes back, he does some crazy shit, but he brings back Ganon, Dark King Ganon. Basically you have to go fucking shut him down again. And then like you also got this thing called the Four Sword, which split Link into 4 different characters.
Except this time it's a multiplayer instead of just regular Four Swords?
Well, Four Swords was multiplayer, I believe.
Was it? I thought it only Adventures.
It was just for Game Boy, so like the multiplayer
Yeah.
was really fucking weird.
Yeah, so you had to use a link cable.
Four Swords Adventures was a lot more interesting, if expensive with the technology. Basically, it was a GameCube game, and everybody used their Game Boys as a controller. And whenever you would enter a dungeon from the tops, like from the big screen,
It
you
would
would
go on
see
your
the
Game
dungeon
Boy.
onto the Game Boy. Yeah.
Oh, wait!
Yeah.
Wait, no!
Yeah.
No, what's the game? What's the game?
Come
Okay,
on, think
Final
about it,
Fantasy-
punk bitch.
Fuck.
Crystal Chronicles.
Crystal Chronicles! It's
Yeah.
just like that. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I get it. I understand how it works. Sorry, I had a freak out for a second.
I've
Yeah,
never
a little
heard
bit.
your voice go in that direction.
I know, that was awesome.
Leon and I recently played a game called Crystal Chronicles, and it works the exact same way.
Yep.
We actually what did we do exactly? We like emulated it on your computer, and we connected to each other through like 2 ROM'd
Game Boy
Boys
emulators.
on his computer, and we just played that game for hours.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Like, one
That
thing
game's
I
a
find
classic.
kind
Thistle,
of interesting.
are you out in the hallway crying? He always does this.
One thing I find interesting, specifically with Four Swords Adventure, is that so in the child era, so the era that follows from Majora's Mask to where we are,
yeah,
Ganon. It's never, I don't think ever like blatantly said what happens to Ganon in the childhood, but presumably sentenced to death. I don't know.
We still that way.
Because it's like the kid timeline is that he informs Child Zelda, and they convince the king.
Was it a canceled Oracle game? There was a canceled Oracle game, but I don't think Four Swords Adventure was.
No.
Of those. Because
There
Four
was
Swords
one
Adventures
more.
comes out during the GameCube era.
Yeah. Because the Ganondorf in Wind Waker is the same Ganondorf in Ocarina of Time.
Okay.
Because that's the Ganon that gets like sent to the
Twilight Realm, yeah.
No, not to the Twilight Realm.
Or no, what is it in
Sacred Realm.
The Sacred
he gets sent,
Realm.
he
that's
gets
right.
banished into the Sacred Realm,
That's
and then
right.
he breaks out, takes over, starts destroying Hyrule, and then the king floods Hyrule to then
to protect it.
So like I'm interested because based on the one that I'm looking at, it says like Ganondorf is reincarnated, so I'm wondering if that means that it's a completely different Ganon.
Possibly. We'll look
technically
through it
it's
once I'm done setting all this down.
So it's the
looking at how
only
it's set up.
Four Swords Adventures is the only reason why Boar Ganon is in the child timeline, and it's all because of Vati doing fuck shit.
So, but also because this Boar Ganon is actually like smart and talks.
I don't think Boar Ganon in Four Swords Adventures talks, does he?
He does. He has lines.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because
he has text in the game. Because the other Boar Ganons are either don't talk or are mindless, like monsters.
So, does anyone know of any games where he talks in any other iteration, or is it just that one?
As
the
Boar
only
Ganon?
As like the Beast?
Yeah, as like the boar.
As Beast.
The only other time we see Beast that's the defeated timeline.
Twilight, yeah. Twilight Princess will also see a Beast Ganon.
But Beast doesn't talk, only like Ganondorf talks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, whenever he's a beast, he doesn't speak, but whenever, you're fighting him in the field, he starts talking shit.
Yeah.
And I also will point out, I think I did point this out before, like whenever we were getting the plans for the round table. One of the big ways people have decided these timelines is based on the creatures that are around.
Yeah, I don't think that's the most reliable way to do it, but
it 100% is not. But there's certain timelines where like the Zora straight up do not exist.
Yep.
Yeah.
So like I can't remember which one it is. It's one of the triumphant timelines. There's just no Zora. Because they do exist in defeated timeline. Although they're way more they're like way more fish and whatnot.
In adult timeline, they existed and then they evolved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it is child timeline that they just like
in Majora's child timeline they exist.
Oh no, yeah, they do have Zora in child timeline.
Because in Majora's Mask you can become a Zora, and then Twilight Princess
you become one.
Oh, someone else got bunked.
Blibby.
Blibby dog.
Blibby quietly dipped out for a bit because he needs to get some food, and then they need to go to work.
Okay.
Any leaks or info on the canceled Oracle game? Not really, no. And that's because that shit just happened a long time ago. It was supposed to be with the Oracle series for seasons, ages, and then a third thing that we just don't know.
Mystical Seed of Courage.
It was going to be Courage, something Courage, at least.
Yeah, the legend, because that's the last of the goddesses that didn't have an Oracle-based game.
Yeah.
because like because you had Din and then you had no, not Lanayru. The water one. I always forget her name.
Nehru.
Nehru. So
Yeah.
this one would have been based on courage.
Yeah, Farrar would have been courage.
Yeah.
Also, I'm using the most recent Link's Awakening picture because
Which also is so cute. I love the style they went for.
I do too.
It's a good game. What I'm hoping for, by the way, which I've talked to Leon about this ad nauseum, I'm hoping that they take the engine that they used to make Link's Awakening and use it to remake the Oracle series.
I want it so bad.
I would completely buy the fuck out of that.
Same.
I'd combust if that happened.
Yeah,
Well,
I'd
because
burst into fucking heathen flames.
The Link's Awakening remake was so good in that Link's Awakening is a game that fits Toon Link. Even though it wasn't a Toon Link game, it fits that art style.
It's a really
cute art style. And like honestly, you could say that to close to 90% of the older games in the Defeated timeline. Like Link to the Past remake, the
original 2 games.
I would fucking shit myself if they made a Link to the Past remake.
Yeah, like I think all the games that, because yeah, Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, and the Oracle games are all the same Link.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And I just want all of them to get remastered.
Yeah, I'd be super down with that.
Yeah, because I believe Link's Awakening is meant to be very similar to a Ocarina to Majora's Mask thing, where Link fucks up, ends up in some far-off land, and has to find his way out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Link's Awakening, he is sailing, I believe.
Yeah, he's on a sailboat, he's on a raft, we don't know how he got there or why, and then a
waves
windfish
happen.
passes by him, and then he's like, oh fuck, it's a windfish, and then he wakes up on an island.
Yeah, because
he
crashes and presumably he like just straight up passes out.
Yeah.
Yep.
And is in like a deep sleep kind of state.
Yeah. I'm gonna need to make my canvas
until the
bigger
end of the
again.
game. So yeah.
So, I have played A Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, and Oracle of Ages. I have not played Seasons, but they go hand in hand together. You don't need to play both, although it helps because there's a
if you
rank
do,
system.
because there's the thing that happens if you play both.
Yeah.
There's a thing that
And then if you play both, we'll get into it
Yeah.
in a bit. But if you play both games and you transfer data,
Yeah, there's like a code you can transfer.
Oh.
you get a particular final fight that you didn't get before.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
And I believe it's if you go, I think it's if you put the code in Oracle of Ages, or is it Oracle of Season? You have to put a code from one game into the other. I don't think it's something you can do both ways.
Okay. Yeah, I did not know that. Alright, so, as you can see, I'm gathering everything here. I'm just gonna grab this as the original Legend of Zelda. Oh. Thank you for the pep, Lippy. Very sweet. Sweet bot. There we go. Also, I have played A Link Between Worlds.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
And it does feel like... Who did that? Penguina! You are not new. But for those who are new, while I finish setting all this up, I am Desmond Dracula. I'm a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as mobile on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes. And today we are doing Legend of Zelda Timeline. Specifically, I have these beautiful beans with me, and we are covering how exactly it should actually be formed.
Mainly the ones that aren't on this list we're going to be kind of filling in, I feel.
Yeah,
That's going to be the big palumbo of it all.
Some adjusting and then adding.
Palumbo.
Yeah,
Palumbo.
there are a few games out there that they didn't add to it because they just don't consider it canon. They consider them spin-offs. Let me make it a little longer, just a bit. God damn it. There we go. Okay.
No.
Alright, well, fuck it. Here's the order that the quote-unquote canon timeline says it goes in, with all of the main games. And, some things are yes, some things are no.
There's just some shit you cannot argue, like, you know, Majora's being a direct sequel to...
Yeah, there's stuff like that. I think the main problem is the Fallen timeline.
Yeah. Agreed. So we're gonna go down this list. Skyward Sword, clearly the first.
Makes sense.
Yeah. You cannot fucking argue that one.
No.
Yeah. I think like Minish Cap works.
While it's not explicitly stated anywhere that it's immediately after the events of Skyward Sword, I think with what is stated inside the game, what like the whole plot is with the like with all the monsters being unsealed, Minish Cap just works.
And even though doesn't make anything concrete, it does make sense that you could deduct that the Sky People in Minish Cap could possibly be the same people that are still in
Who are still up in the sky.
When part of that floating island went back down to Hyrule.
Yeah, I could see that, because I'm sure
because
not
not everybody
all of the islands came down.
No.
Yeah, not only the section that had the goddess statue. That's the part that came down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the island was still floating.
Okay, so with that
Yeah, and that's what kind of created, I feel, the, you know, the main area.
Yeah.
That, and I don't think there's anywhere else where Minish Cap or Four Swords would fit in the timeline, looking through here. Possibly after Twilight Princess, just so that you could have it follow directly into Four Swords Adventures.
Which
but
would kind of ish make sense because you have the defeat of Ganon, and then you have this new villain coming in, but at the same time, then Ganon gets reincarnated, so it doesn't mean much.
There isn't any mention of Ganon in the Minish Cap, is there?
No.
It's all Vati.
For
It's
all
all Vati.
For all intents and purposes, Ganon does not exist, which is another reason why it fits here, because Ganon has yet to exist yet. It's only been demise.
Yeah,
at
because
that
the
point
first
of
time
that.
Ganon ever shows up as Ganondorf is in Ocarina of Time.
Yes.
And if we're going by the rules of how males are born in the Gerudo tribe,
Mhm.
which is, I think, what, one every 100 years?
Yes, one every 100 years
Something-
a Gerudo male
yeah.
is born.
It
And
could,
he's
like...
born, Ganondorf Dragmire.
Yeah, it's not like a realistic idea, but like it could, like, you could even quote unquote argue that the point at which the curse has happened could be that 100 years.
That would fit, yeah, because there's a pretty decent time between Four Swords and Ocarina because of the Hyrulean Civil War and whatnot.
Yeah, it's like you could really
Right.
fit in that idea that it's been that 100 years, but also that doesn't work because we know that for a fact that Ganon is not the first male Gerudo.
Yeah, because they clearly have a long-standing tradition of having a male Gerudo show up every 100 years. He's not the
and then
first to
they
do
becoming
it.
and they are the leader.
Yeah. So it's a long-standing tradition at this point. He just happens to be the soul of demise being reincarnated in that.
So like our particular particular Ganon is following that 100 years, but it's been a tradition.
Mm-hmm. So then I say yeah, the Minish Cap and then Four Swords after that can line up in between. I don't have any issues with that. What happens in Four Swords again? Remind me. That's Vati again, right?
Four Swords or Four Swords Adventure? So
Regular
Four
Four
Sword.
Vati
Yeah, it's Vati.
Comes back.
That's where
more
we
the
see Demon Vati.
Demon,
like the Bat
because
Vati.
he's then referenced in Four Swords as the Wind Mage.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I know in Minish Cap, we'll get to this soon, but he's not just sealed away, he's killed in the good timeline. So, I have a fun thing to do with that later, but, after all of that, then there's Ocarina, and then right after that, Majora's Mask. There's no question that Majora's Mask is literally the same exact link. It states as
No,
much.
because I was about to say, Happy Mask Salesman literally says he recognizes you at least like once or twice throughout Majora's.
Yeah,
well,
Happy
we
Mask
even
knows
know
who you
just
are.
the end of Ocarina of Time, which is Navi leaves,
Yeah, Navi fucks off.
fucks off for once in her life,
Yeah.
and
Goes away. Thank you.
and the start of Majora's Mask is Link has gone into the Lost Woods to look for Navi.
I don't know why, but I wouldn't have.
I feel like it's one of those cases like you've been like even yes she's annoying, you've been on such a long adventure together yet you're like I can't anymore. Like I got
Wait, no, bitch, come back.
bitch, I'm a silent protagonist. I need sound.
I need
You is my voice.
Alright, so I'm gonna do this to show that it is a direct sequel, same link, they're connected. And I'm also going to do... I should do it on another layer, just in case I fuck up here.
Yeah.
Or... nah, it's fine. Scuff ahoy, if I fuck up, I fuck up.
Scuff ahoy.
It's not a VTuber stream without scuff.
True, I had
Exactly.
Scuff earlier. Alright, and we
Scuff for
do
days.
know that Twilight Princess does come as a sequel after Majora's Mask, roughly about 100 years, I think. Because they do a lot of direct connections to Ocarina of Time. It's even the exact same Ganon.
Ganon. Yeah, this is the same Ganon who gets banished to Twilight.
Yep, because for those who don't know in chat, Ocarina of Time establishes that Ganon is born as a cool Gerudo guy. He becomes evil. Y'all have watched me play it on the big streams at this point. We at least know a bit of Ocarina, but in Twilight, it's the exact same Ganon, but in the iteration where Link is sent back in time by Zelda, and he's still a kid. He runs back to Zelda as a kid, and he's like, hey, guess what? That guy you're looking at through the window, he's still you're right, he's a dick, and I have proof. And they're able to use that to convict him. And the current sages try to take him out, and it doesn't work. So he's
and
kicked
then
out.
and I believe it's the water sage.
Yes, he
gets
kills
killed?
the water sage. Presumably he kills Ruto, because we have no other sages to go off of.
No, well, the only thing is that Ruto would be a child at the time.
True, but we don't know how long it actually took to get Ganon convicted. It could have been Ruto. It could, because I know a lot of people commonly believe that it took roughly the same amount of time. It took 7 years or so to get him convicted and put under execution. So it could have, but we don't know for sure.
But also, the designs in Twilight Princess for the sages do not help.
Exactly, it doesn't help.
They're all the same.
It's because it's being told by an unreliable narrator who doesn't know what the sages looked like.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And
it's a
we
botched
also know-
execution, and they throw him into something called the Twilight Realm. That's why it's called Twilight Princess. And then he's there for 100 years, and then he comes back. So that is the exact same Ganon, but it's a new Link. So it is a
We
new
also
Ganon.
know that this is in the game next because
I believe
the hero Shade is a swordsman that we don't know anything about, but trains Twilight
Trains the
Princess
hero.
Link skill, and so Shade. Who would Shade else be beside? Because Shade also has a wolf form because. And his songs are Ocarina of Time.
Not only Ocarina of Time, but his songs are also Majora's Mask.
Majora's Mask. Like those songs are the songs he uses, and so we
Twilight
can
Princess is
deduce
my
that Hero Shade is Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask Link.
Absolutely.
Who potentially got lost in the Lost Woods and turned into maybe like a Stalfos-like creature.
Yeah.
Twilight Princess is a great game.
Twilight Princess is my favorite.
I don't know if he got lost because he is an adult. Well, if he got lost, he possibly did so willingly, but he clearly became an adult and became a knight.
Yeah. Something happened. He passed. Yeah. He passed away somehow. The way it happened doesn't really
Right.
effect going into Twilight Princess, and then he trains Twilight Princess Link. So like, there's
Who's
a lot of
ruthless
connections.
motherfucker.
Yeah, like, there's like a lot of connections
Mhm.
for those games into Twilight Princess,
So
which is actually really
I'm gonna
nice.
call this the child timeline because that's what it's called for all of it. The child timeline is simply a reminder that this is the timeline where Link gets sent back in time as a child and goes and warns Zelda, who is also a child at the time. That is what that is.
Oh, so I know that obviously we have Majora's Mask broken, but we're right next to Legend of Ocarina of Time, but technically Majora's Mask would be considered in timeline, and we would like separate it into Child's timeline because it follows Ocarina, but follows that split.
Yeah, the adult timeline technically splits off at Ocarina.
Yeah.
Yes. I'll be doing that here in a second. I'm just using Majora's Mask as just this middle point. So, you guys, Babe specifically, since you're the one that played it, remind me what Four Swords is again. Vati brings back Ganon?
Adventure. Yeah, Four Swords Adventures. He brings back Demon King Ganon, which now he's established as Demon King Ganon. Not like before, where we didn't know who the fuck he was.
He was just Ganondorf and then Ganon.
Yeah.
That's it.
So it's just along the lines of like, now we know who he is. Now Vati does too. So we're gonna bring his ass back to cause hell for everyone.
Okay. I'm gonna write that down, because that might mean it might not follow after Twilight Princess.
I believe specifically they always use Demon King Ganon to refer to Bor Ganon.
Yeah,
anytime
yes.
it specifies Demon King, it is Bor Ganon.
Yes.
Yes, which this Ganon is.
Absolutely.
Also, thank you, Mebby, for the sippy snacky and the petty. Everyone, get a sippy snacky.
Grab some water.
We need to make sure our vocal cords are okay. So, yeah, I'm gonna put that down.
Okay.
Right here.
I'm gonna have a quick pause. Which Starbucks cup should I grab? I've got a bunch.
The purple one.
We got a purple one. We got two purples.
Grab
we
the
got
second
a kaleidoscope. Okay, grabbing kaleidoscope.
I don't even know what they are.
I'm just trusting you.
Yeah. Just trust the process. Alright, so I'm gonna mark that here because that's interesting. Alright, so we can agree so far, at least these guys are all connected.
Yeah.
And
The first
Skyward
two
Sword
games
is
in the
still connected to Minish. Minish is connected to Four Swords like this. And Four Swords comes in like this.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we're gonna get to the adult timeline. No, I'm gonna move it over here. Okay, so the adult timeline is a split off from Ocarina of Time, because like I said, Zelda sends Link back to go live out his childhood. He runs towards her headlong after doing and tells her about Ganon, and then he goes and does Majora's Mask, and then Twilight Princess follows. But there's still a timeline that exists. It's the timeline where Zelda is an adult, holding that ocarina, watching him fade away, and going, "Ah, fuck, we don't have our hero now."
Well,
it's such a good way to put that.
That's exactly what it is.
Well, it's also just kind of codified by the fact that this is when Ganon gets sealed in the Sacred Realm by all the sages.
Yeah. Because Link kills Ganon, he defeats him, he stabs him in the fucking head, Ganon loses his shit, and gets sealed away. He's gone.
Yeah.
But that's also when he becomes Ganon, not Ganondorf. Because here, he's never given the option to become Ganon yet. He's still Ganondorf. This way, he turns Ganon. So I'm gonna do this. Coming this way, he becomes Ganon. Becomes Demon King Ganon. And that's why I wanted to mark it on that one game. Because this is the first iteration of Ganon that we will ever see in the timeline. It's when he learns how to do it. Thanks to the Triforce of Power, specifically. Now, after the adult timeline, I believe, is it 300 years? For Wind Waker?
I know it's a long fucking time.
Yeah, it's a good hot minute between.
Because there is a reference. We do know that like the point at which Ganon breaks out, the people are still hoping for the Hero of Time to come back.
Okay, so they do talk about the Hero of Time.
Yeah. So in the opening cutscene for Wind Waker, they talk about how a Hero of Time defeated Ganon and he got banished, and then Ganon breaks out, and the people of Hyrule are like kind of praying and hoping that the hero who originally banished Ganon comes back to do the same.
Yep.
Okay.
And he doesn't.
Yeah, because he's no longer in the timeline.
He's no longer...
He's too busy reincarnating in Twilight Princess. Okay. So, I will do this. Whee! So, a long time passes. Now, a fun thing actually happens between the adult timeline and the beginning of Wind Waker. Because the world is flooded, a lot of the races start to undergo changes. The Gorons are pretty much gone. We don't know any of them except for, like, what, 2?
3.
Like 1 or... Yeah, like there's 2 or 3 of them.
Okay.
There's 3 because there's that stupid trading quest.
Oh, yeah. I remember now. Thank you for bringing
Oh,
that up.
yeah. Yeah, I hate that quest so much.
That quest that you get for magic armor.
Yeah. Yep. And then it fucking steals money from you.
That in the original game is a horrible item.
Yeah.
Because it takes magic. In the remake, it's better because it just takes money.
Yeah, like...
But it isn't like the Twilight Princess one where it saps money. It's every time you get hit, you lose money.
It takes money, yeah.
But no, the money gets like left around you, and you can collect it again.
You can pick it back up, yeah.
Yeah. So
you're playing Sonic at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're playing Sonic with magic armor in the remake of Wind Waker.
Boo.
Yeah.
Fun fact though, the Rito are a thing. So for those who don't know,
yes,
the Zora,
the Rito.
the Zora used to live in a beautiful lake in Ocarina of Time, but then immense flooding happened. Now, why the hell would the Zora struggle with that? A lot of people actually don't know, but their best guess is either water conditions changed, B, maybe it went from fresh water to salt water, which is probably what it was.
Most likely.
And a lot of them couldn't handle it, so they took on more amphibian situation where they had to live on Death Mountain, because it was one of the highest peaks closest to them. And then a beautiful dragon named Valu came down and started giving them, was it scales or feathers?
Scales.
He gave them scales? Okay,
I believe so.
And through magical evolution, quickly helped them become birds. So, in Wind Waker, the Rito are actually descendants of the Zora, through magical evolution.
And we can also know this a little bit more with, though it's not super clear, but it's quite clear when we look at the evolution, that the previous sage before the new sages that we find.
Yeah, I think her name's Laruta.
Laruta, so, we talked about her name and I already forgot the bird girl's name.
Ruto.
Yeah, Ruto.
Now,
are you talking about Medley?
Medley?
Medley. So, like, Medley, the new sage of the Earth Temple, the previous sage, which seemed to be like kind of just a straight line of sages, was a Zora.
Yeah. Her ancestor was a Zora.
Yeah, and we most likely know that like this particular sage was a sage when it was flooded, considering we never had access to this temple
Yeah,
until
it was
Hyrule
probably
was
a
flooded.
It was probably when it was recently flooded.
Yeah.
Also, this is when the Kokiri, which are a like Peter Pan style kid group of race in Ocarina of Time, become the little shits we all know and hate, the Koroks.
Yahaha!
Yahaha!
And they learn how to fly as well.
Yahaha! You found me.
And then we
Haha,
know that
you found
Phantom
me. Have fun.
Hourglass is the same Link. It's a direct sequel.
Yep.
Okay. What happens in Phantom Hourglass? Because I never played Phantom Hourglass or
So,
Spirit Tracks.
in Phantom Hourglass, so Link and Zelda, but we mainly refer Zelda as Tetra.
Yeah, because she's pirate.
Because she's
Yeah,
pirate,
it's
and
still
also
pirate- it's
because
still
by
pirate
the
Zelda.
end of Wind Waker, she kind of like, she really isn't, she is Zelda, but she really...
She still has the personality of Tetra. Yeah.
Tetra. Like, she never feels like, oh, I'm Zelda, I'm the princess.
Yep.
She always feels like she's Tetra. So, Link, Tetra, and her crew go on an adventure, and during it, they run into a ghost ship, basically. And the ghost ship essentially, like Tetra gets on that ghost ship, and she gets kidnapped.
Okay.
Link basically gets abandoned, and like the ship is destroyed, and he then wakes up in a new place that I'm forgetting the name of.
I can't remember off the top of my head either.
I'm quickly pulling up the
Yeah.
It's a new place that has new rules in itself.
Okay. Because, I wouldn't know. I'd never played it.
Yeah.
'Cause I remember the Tower of Spirits at the center, but I cannot remember.
Yeah.
I can't remember the
area.
name of the land.
I'm trying to remember what it's called.
Okay, so it's basically Link.
Oh,
gets
it just
kicked
says
into a
the only thing it says is it's the world of the Ocean King.
Oh.
The five
That's-
realms.
That's all it's ever
Yeah.
referred to.
Okay.
And so he goes through all this stuff, and this is also where we get a new villain.
Hmm?
Yeah, we get a new villain in Phantom Hourglass.
Who is it?
God, why am I so bad with names right now? Bellum.
Bellum.
So
Oh, I
Bellum
know
is a parasite.
Yeah.
Which some people believe to be the first version of Malice that we see. Because it's very similar to the Malice that we see in Breath of the Wild.
How do you spell it? B-E-L-L-U-M?
Yep. So Bellum is like a parasite.
Let's go look at it. Oh, I see!
Yeah.
Look at it, babe.
Yeah, I played the game.
Oh. Yeah, okay, so for those who don't know what Bellum looks like, it's like a creepy parasite creature with, like... It's got
Tentacle slappers.
It's got tentacles, but it's also got the many, many eyes that you see in Malice.
Yeah. So like this is believed to be like the first time we
Proto-Malice.
see Malice proper.
It also means war in Latin.
Yep.
I went to look up Bellum to see the pictures, and my phone immediately pulled up Google Translate.
Yeah. So a lot of the stuff, particularly in this game, are separate in a way. So like because it's a completely different world from Wind Waker,
Okay.
but it's still all sea and islands.
Yeah. There's no
like-
land mass yet.
Yeah. So like the main focus, realistically, that connects things is the beginning scene, and then the fact that we possibly have Malice being shown.
Yeah, because technically they don't find the new Kingdom of Hyrule that Spirit Tracks takes place in until after Phantom Hourglass.
Yeah.
Alright, so who's the baddie in Spirit Tracks?
That is Malladus, the Demon King. or at least he's the one that gets revived.
You got it.
I can't remember the little tiny shit that revives him. I can't remember his name.
It's the dude with 2 horns.
Yeah, I can't remember his fucking name, but he's like he just wants to be punted. He's just asking for it.
Yeah.
Oh, and like his reveal is so stupid.
It really is. I love the Toon Link games.
Yeah.
Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks were fun as shit, despite being as annoying as they are.
It's just because of
Holy
touch controls, man.
fuck! Holy fuck! Is the reveal so stupid?
Yeah, because isn't it like his horns are just like a hat when he's like
exactly.
hidden? Yeah.
Oh, I know
Man
what you're
was
talking
wanting
about. His
to get
name's
punted.
Cole.
Yeah,
Cole. But man,
it's so fucking goofy. Those games have so much charm, and I would
so much personality.
I would love to see the Toon Link games remade, because like we've gotten the Wind Waker remaster. I would love to see, even if they have to do it in like a double feature kind of thing, which would kind of work, but it'd be annoying. I would love to see Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks both get remastered.
I can see that.
They would be so much fucking fun in the modern era. I could see it.
Thank you for the 500
Hi, Jacko.
Biddies and the hearts. Look, I'm stuck. There we go.
Yeah.
Help, brother, help.
But hi, Jacko. How you doing? I'm glad to see you out of the tomb.
Oh.
Makes me happy.
Yeah,
Out
it was
of the
literally
tomb.
2 top hats covering his horns.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was just 2 fucking top hats.
Alright, I spelled Maladus's name wrong. There we go. So that's a brand new villain, and we're not in Bellum as well. We're not going to touch on those yet. But they're clearly a part of the Wind Waker thing.
Yeah, they are adult
Malice.
timeline exclusives.
Yeah, they only show up in those 2 games, those in their respective games.
Alright.
But it is interesting that Bellum looks like it could be Malice, and then Maladus sounds like Malice.
Yeah. It does sound like Malice, that is true. Those
So it's
could
interesting to like think about.
Mm-hmm. Also, if we look at Zelda, the eyes are the exact same as Malice as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so the part I've been dreading. I'm gonna pull this up over here, just so we can
Oh boy.
compare these. The quote-unquote hero is defeated
Well-
timeline. I wanted to ask you guys, first and foremost, do you believe that the hero is defeated timeline should exist as its current state?
I just don't fucking like it, because I don't lose. You know what I mean? That's just not who I fucking am. Like, fuck you, whoever said that. Fucking you're a big idiot loser. I'm like, fuck you, man. I bought this video game.
You're like, I didn't lose.
And I'm not fucking done playing it until I win.
You're
I respect the games that are split into this timeline. Because
No,
they
no, no.
all
I'm
have
not saying the games don't deserve a place
Well,
here.
I know.
I'm saying, does the timeline as it currently is make sense? Would Link have the condition of being killed? Is that a
Well,
viable reason to split it?
Is that a viable reason to split it?
So
debatable.
It's
Because
debatable?
Leo took this personally.
Yeah, I don't lose.
Okay, like
paid money to get his feelings hurt.
I
dickheads.
Like my main thought process is like I understand why, where it is, because from a timeline perspective, we faced Demise, Batu twice, and then we get our first glimpse of Ganondorf.
Of Ganon, yeah.
Ganon or Ganondorf, because
Or yeah,
I don't
like
think
or
it's,
the guy.
because it's never really, it's never really defined of which fight Link gets defeated in, just that Link gets defeated.
Yeah, he just dies along the way.
And I think it's assumed that it's always the Beast Ganon, because every game in that timeline for the defeated timeline, you face Beast Ganon.
Yeah.
Beast or Demon
The
King?
problem,
Or same thing?
Same deal. Just
Same,
any
I
kind
guess.
of monstrous fucking Ganon.
if he looks like a boar, it's Ganon usually.
Yeah, the Beast Ganon is Ganon himself. Whenever he's a Gerudo, that's Ganondorf.
Yeah. So Beast Ganon is the usage of the Triforce of Power to transform himself into a monster.
Yes.
And so like that makes sense to me, but the problem is if we have a defeated timeline, wouldn't we have a defeated timeline for every individual game before
Yes.
and
Yes,
after?
we literally discussed this before deciding on the round table.
Yeah.
And I believe what we decided was that the only time we ever see Link get defeated, quote unquote, was in Minish Cap, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Also, I have another thing that I remembered. There's also a fail state cutscene in Skyward Sword.
Is there?
It's if you can't defeat the giant sealed beast before it climbs over the mountain.
Yes.
Whenever you have to kick it back down.
Oh, that's right.
You can fail
Whenever
state.
your first 3-4 fights against Demise.
You can actually fail state, and it's a in-game cutscene.
And his toesies.
Yeah, you're right.
These
Gross.
gross toesies that you don't even have to attack to fight him.
Oh, so I just realized there's been a few times where it's the same era, because I just noticed on the reading the timeline thing, it does it to where events of the same era are right next to each other. Now they don't do that with Ocarina into Majora's, but that's just because of how they have the timeline split.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we were kind of right that like Between Worlds and Triforce Heroes were the same Link. Past and Awakening are. Wind Waker and Hourglass are. I just noticed that. I was like, oh, hey, yeah.
Yeah, so they've broken them into eras, which is handy.
Oh,
it is very handy.
Jacko.
I am not even trying.
Yeah, me and you. High five over here.
Cowards.
I will make a fool of myself more than I usually do.
Fair.
Yeah. But...
And he's dead. Whoops.
I'll be an obstinate bastard all the way until I die.
Yeah. It's like the hero is defeated.
Yeah, not me. That was
Doesn't
another hero.
necessarily makes sense to me because when we consider Ganon being defeated for the adult timeline, he isn't killed.
Nope.
He's banished.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he's banished by the sages. Link just kind of does that final blow to kind of trap
Seal
him.
him in. Yep.
Yeah.
And then he gets
Lock in
sealed.
the juices.
That is true.
Yeah.
He starts screaming and he starts twirling, going, "Curse you, Zelda! Curse you, Link! Curse you, sages!"
Yeah.
And then he gets put into the
Sacred Realm.
The Sacred Realm. That's right.
Yeah. So like, I feel like in my mind is like, even if Link is killed in that fight, there could still be a possibility of Zelda and the other sages sending him to the Sacred Realm. Like, that could still be a possibility, even if Link is killed. Which is why it makes it so weird. Because it's... If you have timelines, you have to take in consideration every possibility, which makes it a mess.
Because, fun fact, Ocarina of Time is not the only time, I guess, that there is time shenanigans happening. You go back and forth in time by 1,000 years in Skyward Sword.
Yep.
Because, so it's like, well, if there's so
The
much time
Neighbor
shit
Desert,
happening
correct.
there, you know, who says there's not a time split from there? Yeah, it gets a little convoluted once people start trying to be like, oh, it's, you know, hypothetically he could have died in this game. Hypothetically he could have died in any game.
Okay. And
yeah,
considering there's 3 games that deal with time very specifically.
Yep. And it's not just Ocarina of Time that's special. It's like, oh well, if he died in Ocarina of Time, it's different because it's the split. It's like, well, at that point, look at all the games that handle with time travel.
Especially the games that have these cutscenes when you failed.
I will say,
like against Fati and
Mhm.
against Demise in its sealed form.
I will say though, we had pointed out earlier, and I had been thinking about it. There is some merit to Heroes Defeated being after Ocarina, in the fact that it's after we have seen at least one transformation from Ganondorf into Ganon, which only happened after we see the Triforce split. So it does make sense, because the entire Heroes Defeated timeline not only has a split Triforce, but it has the Triforce splitting several times while trying to keep it away from Ganon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But who's to say Link's death is the thing that triggered it?
Well, no, and that's fair.
Because it's the moment of which Ganon becomes Ganondorf becomes Ganon, Beast Ganon, and it's that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
it's a lot of my problems though with the Heroes Defeated timeline. It's only said in 2 games under the timeline, but Link to the Past and Season and Ages are all referenced as Ganon is resurrected. Meaning that Ganon was killed.
Right.
Yeah.
He wasn't banished. He wasn't
sealed away.
He was killed.
He has to be
By
brought
who?
back. Yeah.
Because it's saying that, at least either in Ocarina of Time with Link dead, or from the point of wherever happens in between, the imprisoning war and the first resurrection, Ganon died.
Yeah.
Does that mean he was ruling over Hyrule and then he just died, or
well,
what causes for Ganon to be needed to be resurrected?
Well, then let's look at the first Dark Timeline game and decide that. I know.
We know.
I'm sorry.
So we know how he gets revived. The fucking mage, I can't remember the mage's name, but the mage in A Link to the Past revives him. That is, it's explicitly stated that that's how that happens. But the only thing that is the weird thing there is Seven Sages seal him away in the Heroes Defeated timeline in place of Link doing it with them.
Aghanim brings back.
Aghanim.
Aghanim.
However the fuck
One
you
of
pronounce his
those
name.
pronunciations. Fucking, I'm not an English teacher.
Zelda: A Link to the Past sets up Ganondorf. Sets up the dude's, I think as his name is Ganondorf.
No, it sets up Ganon.
It's Ganon.
No, it's still
Heroes,
King.
Yeah, Heroes Defeated timeline is all Ganon. It's all Demon King Ganon, all Boar Ganon.
Yeah.
There's never a Ganondorf in the Defeated timeline.
Okay. Wasn't there a... fuck, what is it called? Isn't there an intro that plays before Link to the Past? Like it's a,
Yes.
Okay, I need to look that up. We need to see what it
Yes,
says.
there's a really huge exposition at the very beginning.
On your end.
Yeah, I know. They're cleaning out a vacuum cleaner in the background.
Oh, got it.
Sorry.
But
Not really.
but anyways, they have this huge exposition at the beginning and at the end after the whole Triforce thing.
Okay, I'm gonna go look at the intro cutscene because I know it gives us a lot of
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
exposition.
So it does reference the Triforce again as a connected piece, and a war, basically trying to gain it.
I'm trying to find it. It's not showing me.
Wise man. I just searched Link to the Past intro, and I got a video right away.
And I'm getting videos, but it's not the actual video. Let's try this one. Oh wait, no, here it is. Okay, so I'm gonna pull it out over here, so we can
watch it together.
So yeah, this game
Watch
was
it together.
Fuck,
Where's the popcorn?
1992. I'm old as shit.
I wasn't even a thought back then.
I was a baby. I was barely born.
I wasn't
I
born
wasn't.
quite
I'm always
yet.
a thought.
You were not.
I wasn't a twinkle in my parents' eyes.
Okay,
Yet.
so it says, long ago in the beautiful kingdom of Hyrule surrounded by mountains and forests. Yes. Legends told of an omnipotent and omniscient golden power that resided in a hidden land. Yes, that's the Triforce in the Sacred Realm. Many people aggressively sought to enter the hidden golden land. Yes, that's the war that caused a lot of people to start fighting for it. But no one ever returned. One day, evil power began to flow from the Golden Land. That's possibly Ganon leaking out. So the king commanded 7 wise men to seal the gate to the land of the Golden Power. So that means Ganon is in there. Because one day, evil power began to flow from it. That means they started fucking with shit. When they started fighting for it. Someone unsealed something, and Ganon started leaking out, and they went, "Oh fuck!" And then they're like, "Hold up, seal it, close it."
Yeah, the seventh sages had to reclose it. Yeah.
Yeah, the sages had closed it the first time, and now the sages are trying to close it a second time. So that does say that yes, the sages, 7 specifically, which means Zelda was a part of the original sealing. So,
Yes. Yes.
So that means...
Oh no, my Ganon is leaking. Oh my god, Ryza.
God damn it, Ryza.
So Link didn't have to die specifically, but he had to have not been the one to defeat him.
Yeah, he would have had to be beaten by Ganon.
Yeah.
Theoretically, there could still be a purpose of this timeline where Ganon finds a way to yeet him back into the child timeline so that he could win. Theoretically, there could be a point where child and defeated are happening at the same time. Just in different, quote-unquote timelines. Instead
Different
of
snapshots.
instead of what we know as the adult timeline. But that would all require a lot of, what ifs on Ganon knowing how time travel works and shit like that. And knowing how the Ocarina works.
Yeah, once again, it's really heavy speculation.
That's a lot of a stretch, yeah. It's a big stretch.
It's a really big one.
But either way, there is still the whole thing of, while Link doesn't necessarily have to die, he has to have been defeated in some way.
Yeah.
Could have been as much as, just crippled to the point where he couldn't fight Ganon anymore. Something like that.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to think here, because there's literally nothing suggesting that Link could have been unable to fight. But the only thing I can think of... Oh, sorry.
A question.
Yes.
Is there any... I'm trying to remember. Because... Do all the games in the defeated timeline use a different sword rather than the Master Sword?
Defeated timeline.
I think they
because in
Link to the
Past, it's the Golden Sword.
Yes.
Oracle and Ages and Oracle Seasons, I believe, is a different sword as well.
Yeah, he doesn't have his sword.
Yeah.
Oh no, they do have the Master Sword.
Yeah.
Does he have the Master Sword in Link to the Past?
Yeah, it's in the
yeah.
in the forest.
Yeah, it's still in the Lost Woods.
In Lost Woods, yeah.
Okay.
And then the whole Link Between Worlds is all about the Master Sword.
Yeah. Okay, I had a thought in my head that was
Oh, if maybe that's a connector. Yeah.
Something happened to the Master Sword.
No, a big thing with the defeated timeline is that people keep fucking with the Triforce. It splits 4 different times in the defeated timeline.
Yeah. They just don't learn.
Have no chill.
And also, I do love that I do love that with it talking about the Sacred Realm and establishing the Sacred Realm being a big part of the defeated timeline. That makes A Link to the Past make a lot more sense. Because if Ganon was pulled directly from the Spirit Realm and not summoned out of it through normal means, that explains why he's still in boar form. Because he doesn't have a Moon Pearl, which is what the Link from A Link to the Past uses to regain his human form after visiting the Spirit Realm.
Yeah.
Or Sacred Realm.
Or he was sealed while still in boar form.
That would also be a thing, but like it's still the whole point of he still gets summoned by Aghanim or however the fuck you pronounce it.
Yeah, Aghanim, Aghanim, I don't know how to pronounce it either.
Also, medic.
I think it's Aghanim.
Okay.
I think we should just call him. I think we should just call him Aaron.
Aaron.
Aaron. But yeah, get a sippy, guys. Maybe you're doing sippy.
Oh, Sippy.
Yes, sippy time.
Diet Coke.
Wait.
Yeah,
Whopper, Whopper.
Whopper, Whopper. The king commands 7 wise men, aka the remnants of the 7 sages, including Zelda.
Yep.
Because oh, wait, is Zelda also the 7th sage in Link to the Past?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
No, I don't think. I think it's just 7
I know it's the 7
sages,
maidens.
not including Zelda.
Well, I believe it just doesn't explicitly state. I don't think it's the same Zelda.
Yeah.
Well,
So
no,
it could have been
it's
the older. It doesn't explicitly state, but it could still be like Zelda and the Zelda Sheik Zelda, the Ocarina of Time one.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Ocarina of Time Zelda is the 7th sage. She's the sage of.
Yes.
She's not the sage of light. What is she?
No.
No, that's.
I think she's the sage of time or some shit.
Yeah, because so the 7 maidens, they are the descendants of the 7 wise men.
Yeah, and the 7 wise
Yep.
men are not. I don't know if they're descendants of the 7 sages.
And we know that Zelda is part of the 7 maidens.
Yes. Oh, is Zelda one of the 7 maidens? Then yeah, the 7th sage could just be a Zelda from the past. That's a 7th.
Her mother.
Yeah, it would still be.
Her
It could still be
descendant,
Sheik.
Her,
Yeah,
her
it could still be
descendant.
Sheik.
Yeah, because in
Or not
Link to the
descendant,
Past,
her ancestor.
the 7 maidens, the descendants of the 7 wise men, are vanished one by one. Princess Zelda is the last to remain when she calls out into the night for the hero's help.
Still should have remained for all time, but when these events were obscured by the mists of time, became legend. Yeah, they bring him back. Mysterious wizard known as Aghanim came to Hyrule and released the seal. He eliminated the good king of Hyrule. He murdered him! Then he put Zelda in a fucking cage, and he brings Ganon back. But he brings back Ganon, not Ganondorf.
Ganondorf.
So
yes.
this Ganon has been, in the Dark Timeline, he's been sealed as Beast King Ganon.
Yeah.
One of the princesses
if
of
they-
heart. Wrong franchise.
Which, if they brought him back from the Sacred Realm without a Moon Pearl, he would still be Ganon because of how the Sacred Realm works. How we know from A Link to the Past how it works. Because you need the Moon Pearl to regain your human form.
Your human
on
form,
the Sacred
yeah.
Realm.
So then I wonder why he's Ganondorf and Wind Waker.
Yeah, that's my curiosity too. Because I know why. When he's sealed, he's regular Ganondorf in Wind Waker. Because remember, after Link defeats him and stabs him in the head and he starts losing his fucking shit, he starts talking to them as Ganondorf while he's being put and sealed away. Because he says, curse you guys. Here.
Yeah, and
So, like,
in
based on what I'm hearing with needing the Moon Pearl to go back to your base form, essentially,
Coke for horse.
is that entering the spirit realm turns you into this thing. And if we're saying that the reason why Beast Ganon is staying as Beast Ganon
is because that's how he was sealed. Because
how he was
whenever
sealed.
you're playing A Link to the Past, you can still go back and forth, and you'll regain your human form when you're back in Hyrule.
Mhm.
However, the Moon Pearl allows you to just like maintain your human form. So if
in the spirit realm,
if in the yes, in the
okay,
defeated
that makes more
timeline,
sense.
in the defeated timeline, it does specifically say they sealed away Ganon, King of Evil, on this picture. So, if he was sealed away as Ganon and is in the Sacred Realm for such a long time, it is kind of established he would have lost his sense of self at least a little bit, though not his intellect, because he is still like he does still have battle. Like he's got enough moves and whatnot that aren't just bestial in A Link to the Past.
Yeah, we know in Link to the Past that he's still got a mind.
Sort of. But here's
And then,
the
but
Ocarina
after
of
Link to
Time
the
final.
Past, he has no more mind.
Yeah, like he has his mind, but not his sense of self, maybe, and that's why he stays in beast form.
Which then he loses his mind afterwards.
Also, I just realized I could do this for you guys.
Share your screen.
I've been
I was
waiting for you to do this. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a shitter, I'm sorry. But yeah, this is the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time final cutscene. This is the 6 sages working together to seal him. This is after Zelda shot him with a giant light beam. Because she's like, hey Link, stab him in the face, I think.
Yeah, so this is what's holding him from
She holds him
being
down
able to move.
as Ganon. And then Link gets supercharged power, stabs him, and she's like, 6 sages lock him up, and they're like, Yas, queen! Yas, mama!
Yes.
Mama.
Yas,
Which,
queen.
As a kid, I never understood why some of them would easily obey Zelda.
It's because she's cool.
But then I realized, well, no. But then you realize, oh, because she's Hylia.
Yeah. But here, you see he's not Ganon anymore.
Yeah.
He's Ganondorf.
He's Ganondorf.
There he is.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's why he comes out in the adult timeline as Ganondorf, because he gets sealed as Ganondorf.
God, that's a face only a mother could love.
I love that face so much.
Yeah. That man's done a few benders at midnight. He's I gotten sleep for college.
Demon King on the wrong side.
Here, well, right here, sealed as Ganondorf.
Yep.
My handwriting is atrocious, but here he's sealed as Ganon.
Yep. Because Link is not there to do the final blow, so they have to maybe seal him at a later date. That's why it's the defeated timeline.
I'm just trying to figure out what the catalyst would be.
Yeah, that's the issue. Is it's a what if catalyst. There's never a thing explicitly stating that there is a time where he has lost as the hero of time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The hero of time do not miss.
Yeah.
True.
Fucking definitely not me. Fucking sacks of crap. Yeah, you lose. No, I don't.
Haha, I've defeated you. Sure about that?
Uno reverse card.
Are we sure about that?
Are we sure about that? I'm also not so sure that Four Swords Adventures needs to follow Twilight Princess, because remember, once again, Ganondorf is still Ganondorf, and he dies as Ganondorf. Yes, he turns into a boar, but when he's stabbed through the chest, he's still Ganondorf, and that's how he dies.
So, again, we have to refer to Leon's memory. Do we see Ganondorf as human in Four Swords Adventures before being reincarnated as Demon King Ganon?
I don't believe so.
If not,
resurrected as beast, but has
that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If
No,
not,
he
then
definitely does not, if I recall correctly.
Then the
Still-
only thing keeping Four Swords Adventures in this place would be the creatures there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Because
that's, like I said, I don't think that's the most reliable way to go about it.
No, but it's definitely not the most reliable, but it is a way to keep certain ones out of being, oh, this could be in either timeline, things like that.
Yeah.
Because if I remember right, the Gerudo are complete, or not Gerudo, fuck, the Gorons are completely absent from defeated timeline. I don't
Dark
think there's any
Timeline.
Gorons in it. Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
there's any Gorons in Dark Timeline.
I don't think so either.
I
Not
don't
that I
believe so.
recall.
Aren't there Gorons in one of the Oracle games?
Oh, there
I don't
might be
think-
actually.
I think there might be one.
I'm pretty sure I've seen Gorons in one of the Oracle games.
You might be right.
Hold up.
I haven't
Now I'm
played
gonna have to
Oracle
look
in
and
so
see.
long.
Oh, I'm thinking the Minish Cap.
Okay.
No! They're in Oracle of Seasons and Ages!
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I think
Weird. 'cause
Gorons are
that's
just
like,
a universal constant.
yeah. Because I
But
know
does it make sense that like they're not consistent in a particular timeline?
the Zora and Rito are not.
No,
They're not.
Zora and Rito are sadly not. The thing is, in Twilight Princess, they made a, the remaster or whatever. They actually changed some of the wall art in Hyrule Castle, and it has Rito on it.
Yep. Which I love what they. I get why they did it. It
And I
just
know
hurts
why.
us even more.
Because, Breath of the Wild is in the adult timeline.
I don't particularly think so.
The big flood caused, and then it went away. And then that's why everything's kind of fucky and wild.
As much as I want to agree with you, honey, I can't, because in Breath of the Wild, Zelda specifically says when giving her little speech to the 4 champions, she says, whenever you are, I think she said something about being in the sky, adrift in time, which is Ocarina of Time, or in the embers of Twilight. She specifically brings up Twilight Princess.
Okay.
So they have to be after Twilight Princess. And that's why I
And,
think
like-
they put Rito there, just so they could try and explain.
Well, and
Yeah.
like there is the whole like convergence thing. Again, I'm always a very big thing of however non-canon it is that Hyrule Warriors, because of the plot of pulling people from different worlds, it
Yeah.
makes a very good place to be the convergence.
As much as I want to
It's
agree
not-
with you,
It's not infallible.
some of me
but-
is saying I can't. I
No,
want
that's what I'm saying,
to.
It's not an infallible spot to put that, but it just pretty much makes sense more than any other game that's not already placed in the timeline to be where it converges.
See, for me, my thing is I believe that Breath of the Wild is a convergence, not the cause of the convergence, but is at a point of the timelines come together.
Well, yeah, that's
But
That's
not
kind of a
because
thing
of
that's-
but not because of Hyrule Warriors, because I just can't put Hyrule Warriors in the timeline because it really is the definition of it is not a main series game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Kiwi, thank you so much for the 8 months. Wow. Yeah, it has.
Yeah,
the-
it
To the
is
point that
a-
it's because it's so different from literally everything.
Mhm.
no, like that's
I mean,
completely understandable.
Agatha fights in that game, like
It's canon. Agatha fights.
like she fights in that game, and I
Agatha
think that's
strips.
one of the first things. But like that's like kind of like my main thought is like I just can't combine based on Hyrule Warriors.
No, and that's perfectly fair. It's just
Yeah.
kind of a like commonly accepted one.
Yeah.
But it does go to show Breath of the Wild is, regardless of where it happens, it's post convergence. You see, like
There
they've
has to
got
be
so
some
many.
sort of convergence.
As much as like we can also point to all the fan servicey references we get in the DLCs and whatnot,
Yeah.
there's also a point of fact that we see all 3 races there again, which again has only happened in the child timeline that they all 3 exist. Or no, because Rito don't exist in child timeline, do they?
No.
No.
So yeah, like we've got the Rito there where they weren't before.
We've got the
Zora are a lot more advanced and humanoid as opposed to the ones in the Hero Defeated timeline.
Which are kind of fishy.
Yeah, in the
Yeah,
Dark
they were-
Timeline,
they were
they're
a
like
lot-
frog things
Yeah.
that shoot shit at you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
they're more
chaotic
primal.
demons.
They're more primal in the Dark
Big
Timeline.
mouth man.
And then we have the Koroks.
Yeah, we got the
Yeah.
Koroks. Like, there's so many things pulling from all three timelines at Breath of the Wild that it just is a matter of where is the catalyst for the convergence. And that's why a lot of people, though it's, again, not at all canon, not at all technically like a thing that should be there, that is why people use Hyrule Warriors
Man,
for
I'm
it.
blaming Matt Pat.
Yeah.
I know he did it.
Yeah.
I blame him.
We could blame Matt Pat on a lot of games having convoluted timelines.
Yeah, I swear to God, he's one of the main reasons.
FNAF.
I was about to say, he's probably one of the main reasons FNAF got as stupid as it did.
I'm gonna say this now. I don't think FNAF 1 even had much of a major story.
It didn't.
It did.
Until people started theorizing things, and then Scott was like,
I like that.
I like this, and started giving it a story.
Yeah.
To be fair, super big brain by Scott, but
Big brain movement,
It's like, I'm
but
just gonna
also
let you guys do it. And then I'm gonna tease you and say it's not all the way right.
but it's not all the way wrong.
like
And-
kind of a douchebaggy move, but also very big brain move by Scott.
But that's a
It
different
basically
series.
sold all its games.
Yeah.
So
There's a reason why, even though Security Breach is so bad, it sold so well.
Yep, because a lot of people just wanted more fodder for the theory bonfire.
Yeah. But yeah.
Theory bonfire.
Yeah, but like we have like so many things from each timeline, and even though we're not like really thinking about like the enemies that are fought, there is a thing that Lionels are only in the Dark Timeline.
Yeah. You
And then they're
only
in Breath
ever
of the
see
Wild.
Lionels here.
Yeah. Except in the older games, they were just like dudes with swords for hands.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
And they
Also,
were fucking
I'm just-
everywhere.
I'm just
Which,
gonna do
if they were,
this.
yeah.
if Lionels were that abundant in Breath of the Wild, I would shit myself. Because holy cow, those things are hard to fight.
yeah,
God, I hate Lionels.
they're very like the first couple. You're like, yeah, okay, this is a tough fight, haha. The fucking like fifth one you fight, you're just like, can you just please fuck off? I'm just trying to grab plants over here.
And then it's just like, oh,
Picking
by the way,
flowers, suck balls, get away from me.
It's
And
like
it's
get
like,
too
oh, by
close,
the way,
get swung
they're-
at. Get too far, have fun with arrows.
Yeah, just get shot.
and it's like, oh, by the way, there are gold and silver Lionels. Fucking excuse me.
It's like neat. I'm glad you could fuck me 4 other different ways now. But yeah, like Lionels are fun after the first couple of times. You're just like, can you please go that way?
Then it gets to the point where, like, very, very late game Breath of the Wild, where you're like, what is the stupidest way I can kill this Lionel?
Yeah. Do like a
Because the
triple
Lionel, when you're
backflip.
upgrade- The Lionels when you're upgrading the Master Sword. I need to be so selective about your Guardian arrows.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what the story of the Adventure of Link is. I don't think Ganon's in that.
Adventure of Link. That's the second one.
Adventure of Link is
It's when he's trying to wake up Zelda.
Is that the weird side-scrolling one?
Yeah.
yeah. That's the one where you first see
With, like,
Shadow
fairy
Link, I
magic and
think,
stuff.
right?
Yeah. That's the first instance of Shadow Link.
Ooh, I didn't know that. Yeah,
No.
apparently Zelda, it's when Zelda goes to a deep sleep? A few years after the defeat of Ganon and the rescue of Princess Zelda, Link now has to, at the age of 16, is disturbed by the appearance of the mark on the back of his hand. Oh, right, that's the Triforce of Courage that
Yeah.
shows up. Right.
Yeah, because that's when we first get the reappearance of the Triforce of Courage. Because there was that whole thing at the end of the defeated timeline where it got split for the 3rd time, and they had to keep locating them.
Well, the thing is, it was already split into 3 in Ocarina of Time, so that doesn't work.
Well, no, because it gets the Triforce returns to Hyrule Castle several times in the Dark Timeline.
Does it?
We get it. Yeah, we get it returned in
Yeah.
A Link's Past, It splits again after the Oracle games.
Yeah.
And then I believe in Triforce Heroes, it gets brought back to the castle again. And yeah, because it says the royal family uses the Triforce. Prosperity gives way to decline, with Hyrule reduced to a small regional power.
Which is why in what Link Between Worlds is why we have Lorule trying to get
Well, yeah.
Hyrule's Triforce because it's
They
there.
broke theirs.
They fucked theirs up.
It's gone. Yeah.
They shattered
So Hyrule has to have a connected Triforce in Between Worlds. For sure.
Because I know in Ocarina of Time, that's when it sets the whole, it splits into 3, and then they sell Ganon away. Does that mean he's just chilling in there with the Triforces?
Yeah, he would be chilling there specifically with power. Because he's always...
Because he enters, he touches it, and it breaks.
I believe it's... So a lot of the Dark Timeline, it's usually kind of at least semi... accepted that the Triforce kind of sticks with all 3 members of the curse, which is why Zelda's synonymous to the Triforce of Wisdom. Link is synonymous to the Courage one.
Yeah, that happens throughout the entire timelines. That happens in Child. It happens in it doesn't happen as much in Adult, but it's still there.
The Triforce is like a side thing in Adult. It's not usually used as much because they've got
you only get interact with the Triforce at least Wind Waker once.
Yep.
And I think it's actually isn't it the full Triforce though?
Yeah, it literally is stated on the timeline the Triforce is united here.
Yeah. When does the Triforce get united after its initial split in Ocarina of Time?
Yes.
No, when? I'm asking
when.
Oh, when?
Probably after the defeat of Ganon in Twilight.
Yeah.
Or in between.
Wait, no, in between.
No, it'd be before he it's when he's getting like executed or whatever or banished.
He still has it.
No, he gains it.
Yeah, he just
because it's said
gets it.
Because it's said by the sage by some like cosmic joke or whatever.
Oh yeah,
that
some sick joke
that he's given the Triforce of power, which allows him to break the change and then kill the water sage.
Yeah, I remember that. He randomly just is able to get it.
Just by Deus Ex Machina. Hey, this shit's mine now.
Den went tee this would be funny.
Yeah, so basically, in Child Timeline, it never breaks. Because it's never touched by Ganondorf initially to break it in the Child Timeline. It stays connected, and then it is by some cosmic whatever happens, it gets split, possibly by the goddesses.
Also, I wanted to point out one thing that I was like noticing, reading here and whatnot. Ganondorf is never the same. Ganondorf is never in both realms because it's only the Child timeline that gets brought to the Twilight Realm, which means that version of Ganon was never sealed in the Sacred Realm. Yeah. So that's why it's not split there. Yeah, because he never actually got that far in his plan yet.
No,
because Link never collected. Because Link never collected the 4 crystals or whatever.
Oh yeah,
their name.
The 3.
The 3.
Fuck.
The
Sacred
Gerudo,
Stones.
the Sacred Stones. Yeah. It's like Link never collects them. He never opens the Temple of Time. Never pulls out the Master Sword.
Yeah, he just runs straight to Zelda, going, "Hey, you right."
Hey, the things you're thinking that I know that you're thinking, even though you know that I don't think you're thinking them. You're correct.
You are right, and she's just like
every single one. So now
let me tell you this.
Boss your way to the top.
Now let me tell you this entire story that I just lived through. Yep. So.
Okay.
So that's never broken. And then, I'm gonna pull up that cutscene just to be like to see it, because like I don't think they ever explain why suddenly he gains the Triforce of power in Twilight Princess.
They don't even say. They just say it's a teehee funny joke.
Yeah, as some kind of sick cosmic
prank.
joke.
Like I believe they used the specific words, like something like cosmic prank or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, a divine prank.
Divine prank, that's what it is.
That's literally what they define it as.
Yeah, Den just thought it was funny one day to give him the Triforce. But he still dies as Ganondorf. So I'm gonna write it down here. Ganondorf. Which is why I don't think Four Swords Adventures follows after it, because he's also just King Ganon here. But where do you guys think that would follow? Should it be Dark Timeline or Child?
To be fair, though, he is that's just how he's reincarnated by Vati. Yeah. Vati is still demon form in Four Swords Adventure, so he could have been just doing it that way as a way to have a demonic, powerhouse to resurrect.
Yep.
Possibly, but isn't he resurrected many a times in the Dark Timeline as Ganon as well?
Yes. But that's also a very similar thing where it's like they just wanted him for his power, not necessarily his intellect. Which is why it kind of feels more bestial in some of his attacks in the later games in the timeline.
Okay, so I did some quick research about why Ganondorf would gain the Triforce of Power, even though it's not split. So one's a theory, and one, even though once again, Hyrule Historia is not a reliable source.
Sadly, no.
It is our best option at times.
Yeah.
Because we have literally nothing else besides hints from the games. So there's a theory that says that Link is sent back in time, but we also know that because I don't think it's I don't know if it's something we could see, but if Link ever loses the Triforce of Courage when he goes back in time, when he has it as a a teen basically. So there's a potential idea. So at the end of Ocarina of Time, Link gets sent back in time and warns the king. But why would the king listen? He doesn't even listen to his daughter.
Yeah.
Unless Link has some proof that he is a hero. Which could potentially be that. And so in Hyrule Historia...
Well, he does... I don't know he keeps his items on him or not.
So we do know that he I think he in the games, let's say you have not the Master Sword, let's say you have bombs in the game as in the adult line. If you go back in time, you still have the bombs, you just can't use them.
Does Link still have the fucking sword when he gets teleported back?
No, he puts it away.
Yeah.
Does he?
Sure does.
Because, yeah, he's teleported in front of the Master Sword right before pulling it. Oh, shit.
Yeah, if I remember it, it's literally right before he pulls it, so he just stops pulling it. And it's just you know what? I'm gonna just not do this real quick.
So, we don't know when... Hold up, he could have put the 3 spiritual stones in there. It's just he didn't open it yet for Ganondorf to sneak in.
Because you need to pull the Master Sword to open the realm.
Okay.
To open the seal, yeah.
Yeah. So there is this whole thought of would Link have the Triforce of Power still when he's sent back by Zelda?
Does he still have courage when he's sent back?
Would he have courage? And does that mean that by a disturbance of Link that it's split? But that also then goes into, would there be a possibility of 2 Triforces of Courage in one spot? Which is why it's unreliable.
Yeah.
Because that brings up that idea, because how would it be split if there's been nothing to split it, but he hasn't.
Maybe him coming into the new timeline with it is what causes the split.
Split?
For the Triforce. Maybe the This is me speculating. Maybe the Triforce can't... It's a constant no matter what on the timeline, maybe?
So, like, it transcends time?
Possibly. So when it felt him coming in with the piece of courage, it just kind of automatically didn't exist in that timeline anymore. Maybe splitting it on accident.
Well, considering that the three goddesses are more powerful than Hylia, and Hylia is the one related to time, it would make sense.
Babe, what do you think? Twilight Princess is your favorite.
Twilight Princess is my favorite.
Why do you think Ganondorf ended up with the Triforce of Power despite the area not being opened? The Sacred Realm not being opened?
The Sacred Realm? So, I believe it happened because... I mean, other than Din being a big troll, honestly, I think it's more along the lines of just... Because time is convoluted here in Lordran. So, what we have to remember is that time bullshit happens all the time. So, I feel like he was just kind of given it from, like, another fucking point in the timeline as kind of like a way to be like, well, fuck it, if I'm gonna be put to death for being a war criminal, might as well break some fucking rules. And just gets it. Because it always goes after someone who's ambitious enough to get it.
Another thing that I also thought about is that I think it's not always been super, like, stated, but I do believe that the three golden goddesses are a neutral force in this matter.
So you're just saying, fuck it?
Maybe.
You're thinking one of them said, fuck it, give it to him, because he's ambitious enough?
Maybe it could also be some the idea of, like, when you have a neutral force, you gotta have the good with the bad.
That's what I was about to say, is maybe good for too long, we had to balance it out. So here, go have fun, kid.
Go have fun, kid. Here's your... Dan just straight up said, here's your power. Here's your power, Triforce. Go have fun.
Why is Din from New Jersey?
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck accent I put on, but I did it.
I can imagine, like, up in wherever the three golden goddesses are. No, you're a psycho bitch!
Also, I'm just making sure all of these are connected. So, apparently, the Link to the Past and Link's Awakening is the same link?
Yes.
As well as Oracle of Ages and
As well
Seasons.
as the Oracles. Yeah, I'm reading up on that real quick to make sure.
Yeah, they're all...
Is the Oracle of Ages and Seasons the same as the Link's Awakening link?
I think so. Let's see. It says
Yes.
He's riding a horse, flying a castle, goes inside. Yeah, he meets Din and Nehru. It doesn't say where it is on the timeline.
So the reason I think it's specifically connected is... So, and this gets into a special thing that happens in Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons that you can only do by playing both games.
Oh, right.
So,
can you fight Ganon?
You can fight Ganon.
Yep.
A revived Ganon by Twinrova, but it's a failed. So, like, we know that in Link to the Past, Ganon is defeated. And then in the Oracle games, he is attempted to be revived by Twinrova, and it actually fails. It doesn't do it correctly.
Twinrova isn't... You kill Twinrova in Ocarina of Time, though. So, even before the Dark Timeline starts.
Which also is an interesting thing now to think about, but, like, yeah, Twinrova... Because Twinrova are, like, almost like the true villains of the Oracle games. Because they create, like, the two big bads that you fight in Oracle of Ages and Seasons. All in the attempt to revive Ganon.
Okay, so while Hyrule Historia did say that A Link to the Past Link, Oracle of Seasons, and Ages Link, and Link's Awakening Link are all the same people, the ones who wrote the Zelda Encyclopedia, which was the one that was then brought into official Nintendo canon, said that while A Link to the Past and Link's Awakening are the same one, the Oracle Links are the same, but not the same as Past and Awakening.
The others.
The Oracle games are their own Link,
Mm-hmm.
according to official Nintendo canon. Hyrule Historia thinks differently, but Nintendo canon refers to the Oracle links as.
We have the Hyrule Historia over there.
We do. We do have the Hyrule Historia.
Although, fun fact, if you look at the bottom of that page, it does say that this one from the wiki does differ a bit from Hyrule Historia, specifically with the placement of Link's Awakening.
It says the timeline can be interpreted in a number of ways
No,
that may change
first
depending on
one.
their discoveries. No, I know, but I was reading that.
Yeah.
My
Time is convoluted here in
My
Lord.
brain hurts.
So that's like where it gets weird. So we know that Twinrova died. They straight up died
Yeah, they died. So
in
Oh, we
Ocarina of
stabbed her in
Time.
the face. That's
so
hilarious.
hold up. What? Are we
Where does-
absolutely sure the Oracle games go down the dark timeline? Oh, thank you for the fat sugar skulls. They're rubbing my brain. Because if Twinrova is still alive, then they would have to be either in the child timeline or in something else, because that's when they don't get killed.
Twilight Princess is still the best one, Medic, so you played the best one. But the thing is, like, all of them are good in their own right.
Yes.
Like, other than the CDI ones, which are fucking catastrophes. But honestly, I love all of them for their own weird gimmicks and quirks.
Honestly, of like the major games, there's no objectively horrible one.
No.
No.
They have
The
not
worst ones
messed
are
up.
solidly good.
Yeah.
Spirit Tracks.
Like, well, and yeah, like, a lot of them are only bad because of how they were.
Controls.
Yeah.
That's it.
Like, Adventure Link isn't even bad, it's just weird because you're playing a side scroller as a Zelda game.
When
Yeah.
the game before it was literally like
Top
the
down.
standard.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like that does bring an interesting point that I didn't even think about Twinrova being because yeah, they have to have died for you to reach Ganon
Yep.
in Ocarina of Time.
Yep. I can't remember who was the big bad for Link's Awakening. Wasn't it just a
That-
bunch of monsters and it was just?
It was like
fish?
it's called. I think it was just called Nightmare. Straight up.
Yeah.
Whoa. Bye. I'll just do this because I know it's not like a single bad guy. It's just a bunch of
Yeah.
monsters
Yeah.
wanting to stay alive.
Yeah.
So, so it's called. It does have a name. It's called Dithai. Dethithill. But it's referred as the Nightmare, which is the thing that's keeping the windfish asleep.
Yeah.
Fucking windfish, wake the fuck up, samurai.
Hey, Con.
Wake the fuck up, Samurai. We've got an island to make pass out.
So, okay, in Ocarina of Time, Kotake and Koome are a pair of 400-year-old twins who merge together to make Twinrova. That's the thing I am hooked up on right now.
Yeah.
In Majora's Mask, they're... It doesn't matter. They're... blah, blah, blah.
They're a
Oracle
different thing
Ages and
entirely.
Seasons, yeah, they sent Varen and Onox. You got to deal
Yeah.
with General Onox, babe.
Onox, yep.
Because you played Seasons.
Seasons.
I played Ages, so I had to deal with Varen. By the way, my villain, much hotter than your villain.
Absolutely.
No, she's mommy.
Or none.
Listen, she was one of the contributing factors to my budding sexuality.
Like, I don't know
was
why,
like,
sometimes she
oh,
reminds
she's
me of, like, Eris from Sinbad.
She was
Little, like,
also...
sexy villainess.
Oh no, I haven't... I don't want to say it. I'm not gonna
Say it.
But
Say it.
I realize I think there's a pattern to feminine and women characters that I really like the most.
You have a type.
Big, giant, evil step on me mommies.
Same here.
Desmond, we know your sins and you know your
We
rights.
know I'm a bottom. Listen.
We know.
After having like, because I'm currently doing that like one like equals one fictional crush, I realize I have very specific types: edgy, father figure, mommy.
Mine is specifically evil.
The only reason I just say straight up mommy is because I have Pauline on that list.
They're evil. Manic, you put that pet down. Thank you for the pet, Period.
Yeah. So yeah, Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons now is like a wild card.
It is. Which makes me think it comes sometime during the child timeline.
My question is, are they the same Twinrova?
It would have to be.
Has to be.
Twinrova is an extremely specific boss.
Yeah.
She is only the result of Koeme and Kotake combining to make Twinrova. And that's exactly how it happens in Ocarina, or Oracle of Ages and Seasons. Link fights the sisters both individually. After Link defeats Twinrova, she chooses to become the vessel for the ritual herself instead of Zelda, so that Ganon can return. Unfortunately for the pair, the sacrifice is in vain, as it only allows a mindless, raging Ganon to come forth.
You already know my type.
Yeah, goth.
I mean, yeah.
Black lipstick, feminine, crazy. Maybe would stab you. Maybe.
I read a theory and stupid, and like the last comment in that theory just like says exactly what I'm thinking. Says, oh, they faked their death because it's extremely ridiculous. And I was like, yeah, I love that idea because like Link would buy it because he still has the mindset of a 12-year-old. And I was like, but if they didn't die, how did Nabaru wake up as a sage?
Also, another thing that's showing that Ocarina or that Oracle Link is different than a Link to the Past Link.
Yeah.
Oracle Link has the Triforce birthmark. A Link to the Past Link explicitly never says it. And if that is, and like a Link to the Past Link does officially become a hero by the end of it, whereas at the start of Oracle, you're not a hero yet.
Yeah, you're just some goofy kid.
I'm kind of sitting around on r/True Zelda while we're talking.
Nice. So,
You're not the only one.
I'm on Zelda.fandom right now, but I've been looking through the Seasons and Ages games, and it doesn't seem like Link as a character is really set up as anything yet. So whether or not he's a hero yet in the Oracle's games, I don't know.
Like the one thing that makes me like just kind of question is that like in the Oracle games, they do have dialogue that implies that they're the same Twinrova from Ocarina of Time, and they're not new incarnations or never like there's stuff like that like lines up to be like, oh, they like are the same, which is a bit weird to me.
Yeah, I think they're the same one. Personally. So, it either goes through the Dark Timeline, and the Dark Timeline happens... well, no. Here's my thing here. In the Dark Timeline, Ganondorf clearly turns into beast form Ganon in order to fight you. That's the...
Bye, Con.
Oh, goodbye, Con.
What?
But, the catalyst of Ganondorf turning into Ganon was because he technically died and comes back through just the sheer willpower of the Triforce of Power and goes, hey, I'm coming back, fuck you. And then turns into Ganon. So I don't know. I'm thinking, I personally think it's a new Link, same Twinrova, child timeline for the Oracle games.
I don't know why I
Here-
had a hankering to play Crystal Chronicles all of a sudden.
Because we were talking about it earlier.
I'm about to fucking kick out the GameCube emulator and go for it.
Right, does anyone have anything to counter that, I guess?
Not that I can think of now.
Nothing that I can think of because everything that I'm looking at just doesn't add up.
I know we've already stated that it's shaky at best to do it this way, but is there any like animal differences that would keep Oracle over in the Dark Timeline?
The thing is, we don't know. It takes place in a brand new world. Oh, wait.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Also, no, wait, there is.
There's There's Mario monsters.
No.
Goombas.
The Twilight Princess timeline is one of the child timelines, the only timeline that we still see Gorons okay. Gorons still exist in ages and seasons.
Yeah.
In fact, that is
so yeah,
the
that would put
only
it-
game
that-
you
yeah.
see them in on this side. That's a child timeline game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Counter argument.
Yes.
Look, there's Mario monsters in my fucking video
To be
game.
fair, there's Mario. There's Mario.
There's Goombas and shit. So don't you sit there and tell me
To be fair, there's Mario pictures in Ocarina of Time.
there is
Malon and Talon are literally Mario. That's just
Mario and Luigi.
That's just Miyamoto being a cheeky little bastard.
That is
It really
Miyamoto
is,
being
yeah.
hee.
That's that's Miyamoto saying.
Like you like Mario?
So I want to put it under Twilight Princess.
I was about to say we can't really blame games for references. Literally
Yeah.
the other day, I was literally running around on my Palamute collecting Sonic coins or Sonic rings the other fucking night.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing: if Fall Guys can have Sonic references, anything can have it.
You know what? Fair. Oh, thank you for the sippy period. Oh,
Like, oh, Sippy.
sippies. We've been talking a lot. Gotta make sure we're doing it. We're getting our
Yeah.
sippies. So if I don't hear any objections, I think it should go in the child timeline.
No.
What's your objection? Is it because of the
Mario.
Because Mario.
Babe, that's not
Oh.
a viable reason.
Well,
But here's the
also,
thing.
we can't
One of them-
use because Mario, because the Oracle games were made by fucking Capcom.
Oh, you're right.
Oh,
And also,
fuck.
we have to remember.
Yeah.
We also have to remember though that like we can't really say that like because Link's Awakening has Mario-based enemies.
Yeah.
When Link's Awakening is all based in an imaginative dream world.
Yeah, it's a dream
Yeah.
world. I'm
So
fucking
like
with you.
technically,
No.
I will put my tiny fists up.
Tiny fist. All right, so I'm gonna put it there if y'all are okay with that.
Absolutely. I'm
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
with you.
I-
I'm just
I
playing
think-
devil's
I
advocate.
think-
Oh,
for
I know
the
you are,
sake of
because you're
being
being a
bastard.
little shit. You just like
Yeah.
fucking with
Oh,
me because you love me.
No, like I definitely think it belongs in the child timeline. There's too
Yeah.
many inconsistencies of it being in the dark timeline.
Yeah.
With the rest of them.
Yeah, it just works better
Mhm.
in the child timeline, and I do like where you're putting it here.
Mm.
Mainly just because like Four Swords Adventures is kind of an outlier, anyways.
Yeah.
But
I don't.
It's
like,
definitely a
I
weirder
don't
game.
like Four Swords being here, but we'll discuss that.
And also,
is-
it would make kind of a little bit of sense because like
Oh, because
Ganon
Oracle of Ages
is to
brought him
'cause
back
no,
as Ganon.
no, because Ganon,
Mhm.
Ganondorf is defeated
Yes.
in Twilight Princess. Twin Rover's still alive because their goal is to resurrect. They try to resurrect Ganondorf. It fails. They resurrect Ganon,
Okay.
Yeah.
and then
yeah, I would
and then
see
he
that.
dies, and then he tries to get, and then he gets resurrected again by Vati
By
into
Vati,
Ganon.
yeah. Which game did we say was the one where Ganon is actually talking?
That's Four Swords Adventure.
Four Swords Adventures.
Four Swords Adventures here. So he's actually smart here. So I don't know if this is where
Maybe they
Which-
switched.
Well, maybe because they were trying for Ganondorf and got Ganon, that's why he's actually keeping some sense of self there, as opposed to the dark timeline where it's more reincarnations of Beast Ganon.
Well,
things
it
like
says here that it was something that was botched,
Yeah.
and he
Yeah,
was
and that's
just
what- that's what I'm
he was
saying.
a mindless rage beast.
In
In-
Oracles.
that. Oh, in Oracle?
Yeah, in
Yeah.
the Oracles.
I mean,
Something went
again-
wrong with the whole process, and that's why he is just mindless.
Again, there is the whole thing of Vati is an immensely powerful motherfucker. So
True. I'm trying to find that real quick. Give me a second.
I would love to do a Vati cosplay. He's
Yeah,
got a
by
really cool design in Minish Cap.
It says here, once the flames are lit, the two kidnap Princess Zelda to light the final flame, Flame of Despair, by sacrificing her. In the Linked game, Link fights the sisters both individually and as Twin Rova. As Link defeats Twin Rova, she chooses to become the vessel for the ritual herself instead of Zelda, so that Ganon can return. Unfortunately for the pair, their sacrifice is in vain, as it only allows a mindless, raging Ganon to come forth. Hold up! Can you fight Ganon in every Oracle game?
Yeah.
It's just if you play them both at the same time, he gets brought back from Twin Rova instead of Zelda.
It's if you play them linked. If you play or if you play Ages into Seasons or vice versa, because it does go both ways.
Yeah.
You play.
What if that's the factor?
That's the split.
What if that's one of the factors?
Is that it depends if it's Twin Rova
yeah,
or
what if
Zelda?
that actually contributes to whether Ganon's a rage machine of just crazy bullshit or an actual smart but still fierce, powerful demon king?
So technically, could we consider that Oracle games are in both timelines? It just depends on what happens. So
Yeah, if you play
if it's childhood timeline and you don't connect the games, we get a smarter Ganon, which then connects to Four Swords. But if we connect the games and have Twin Rova do it, we get a mindless Ganon, which connects with the rest of the mindless Ganons.
Yeah, but that leaves too much to player and leaves too much up to the player itself and not up to the story.
Also, Kolame and Kotake are both killed. It leaves no room for one of them being alive.
Yeah.
So, I'm still confident in where I put it, but maybe that's the split.
I could see that being the split into Dark Timeline of whether or not Zelda is sacrificed being the split between whether it continues into Four Swords Adventures or whether it goes into the Dark Timeline.
Okay, because I was originally banking on Minish Cap because Minish Cap has a fail state cutscene, and I'm still kind of thinking at some point there might be something like that. But every single game that we have has Ganon in it, and Ganon is not a thing until Ocarina of Time.
Well, okay. Also, I will say, so that this could clear it up a little bit with Four Swords at least. The Ganon in Four Swords is not.
Wait, Four Swords Adventures or Four Swords?
Four Swords Adventures.
Okay.
So the Ganon that we see in Four Swords Adventures is a reincarnation.
Yes, it does say reincarnation.
Yeah, so no. Yes, but he's a different. He's different. He's not the Ganon that we.
He's another demise loop.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
so
the
I'm gonna
Ganon.
put reincarnation here.
Yeah. So the Ganon that we see defeated in Twilight Princess.
Or if we're putting it there in Oracles.
And in Oracles.
Yeah.
Is there those so Twilight Princess, Oracles, and Four Swords Adventures, each one's a different Ganon.
Okay, so I'm going to try and figure out...
Oracles is a revived, essentially.
Okay.
But it's a failed revival. So it could be Oracle games happen, we defeat everything that needs to be defeated, Four Swords Adventures happens, and it's now a new demise, a reincarnation, and not being brought back.
Okay, I'm gonna do this.
Oh!
And
I
don't think
Amber Alert.
Oh.
Test.
no.
It was the test.
And I will point out Vati is powerful enough to it's not beyond the realm of imagination to say that he probably was immortal.
Yeah.
And he was sealed by the Four Sword.
Yeah.
So there's no issue with saying that that's the same Vati in Four Swords.
No, that's the exact same
No.
Vati.
Than Vati.
Yeah.
We know because Vati has yet to actually be properly defeated.
Yeah.
He's
Well,
always been sealed.
he was technically killed in Minish Cap, wasn't he? Was he sealed in Minish?
He was technically killed.
Yeah, sealed.
He's
the rise and sealing away of the demon Vati. It says it right there on the timeline.
I'm gonna do this. So in here, this Ganon is the one that was locked up in Demon Ganon form in the Sacred Realm and left to rot and fester.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Nightmare. This is Ganondorf. He was sealed as Ganondorf in the adult timeline. He was sent to the Twilight Realm as Ganondorf in the Twilight Princess.
And is defeated.
Yeah, and he's killed as Ganondorf. But Twinrova tries to bring him back and pulls him out as a mindless pig monster.
Yep.
Because he's
And then
always had
that's-
it in him.
And that is the potential end of that particular, the childhood Ganondorf's timeline. Like his particular life ends Oracle. Like it ends with Oracles.
And then
And then the resurrection in
Waker-
Four Swords.
Wind
And then we
Waker,
get a
it's
new
Ganondorf.
incarnation.
Yes.
Yeah, and he dies in that, and he's never brought back.
At least never truly brought back as Ganondorf because he's been killed.
Yeah, like in the adult timeline, once you defeat him in Wind Waker, we get two different forms of probably Demise's curse.
Yeah, it's while it's never explicitly stated, we could pretty much agree that Bellum and the one from Spirit Tracks is
Malice.
probably they're probably Demise's curse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that. So, I'm gonna connect Twilight Princess with Oracle, the Oracle games like that. I feel like it's a separate link just because it doesn't feel like it's the Twilight Princess link.
It has to be a different
It has to be a different one, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a random ass link, probably just vibing around, who knows.
Yeah. Like he doesn't really like have anything established for him.
Yeah,
But
it doesn't say
does-
he's got anything going for him.
I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember because I know Impa's in those games.
Yeah,
Yes.
Impa's in them both.
She's in a
Yeah.
lot of different games. I don't think she should be a factor.
No, but I'm trying to think about like when you first meet Impa, how she addresses you
I don't remember.
in that game. Yeah,
Dave, do you
that's what I'm.
remember? Wait, was Impa in your game, or was she only in...
Impa's in one, I think.
She's not in seasons.
She isn't?
I don't believe so.
Okay, because she's in Ages.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm pulling it up right now. Oh, that's right. This is when Impa's like a plus
Evil.
size lady.
She's been possessed by Varen.
Yeah, but she's also like a plus size lady in this one.
Yeah, she's plump. She's very cute.
And but she still got the muscles.
Ow. Yeah, she does have
Yeah.
a bit of muscle, but she's just older and plumper. Thank you, Period,
Yeah,
for the
Impa,
spanking.
Impa is the nursemaid of Zelda, and we know that. In this incarnation, she is sent under request of the princess to the lands of Libran in Oracle of
Labrina,
Ages,
yeah.
Labrina. Protection. She is possessed at the start, and tricking Link and possessing Nehru. Yeah, so she has no connection to and really anything to Link. So she is a separate Impa from the one we see in.
I just found another timeline that not only has like a more weird splits and whatnot, but it includes some of the weird side games too,
No!
like Link's crossbow training.
We don't...
Yeah, not the
No, don't
crossbow
say that.
training.
No! Also, I have another
Wait.
thing for the Four Swords Adventures belonging in the Dark Timeline.
Mm-hmm.
That also has the 7 maidens.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Which the 7 maidens are only referred into the Dark Timeline.
Mm-hmm. Because it has the 6 maidens plus Zelda.
Yeah.
Has anybody ever played either of the Tingle games? Because apparently he got the Triforce at some point. So I'm looking at this timeline, and they have it split after Phantom Hourglass with the split labeled "Tingle gets the Triforce." With
Who
the
allowed
era,
Tingle? Who
Which-
okayed Tingle to do anything?
you want to hear the best part? You want to know the 4 sets of games in the era of Tingle and era of Chaos that
Yeah.
happened after that?
Sure.
Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land, Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love, Radical Zelda, followed immediately by the Zelda CDI trilogy.
Yeah.
And
Tingle caused the CDI trilogy.
And in Radical Zelda, it says Ganon is revived, Ganon gets the Triforce and makes everyone stupid, followed by the CDI trilogy.
So that timeline is caused by Tingle.
That timeline, yeah, Tingle's the machination of chaos in that motherfucker.
I mean, it's the fact that in Wind Waker, Tingle forces his own brothers to like constantly be turning like this one part of his island. That man is not a good person.
No. Tingle's a fucking weirdo.
He is a villain in my eyes.
Also, apparently, Link's crossbow training is specifically the Twilight Princess Link.
I do. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Because you use it against Skull Lord. At one point, and Skull Lord is Twilight Princess based, so.
Yeah. Also, I'm looking over Four Swords Adventures a lot, and apparently people only really call Ganondorf as Ganondorf. They don't know him as Ganon. Is that a clock?
I think that's laundry.
Oh, I was like, am I hearing a really thick clock?
No, that's like laundry.
Okay.
Yeah, as much as everybody doesn't like it, this timeline I'm looking at also labels warriors as the United World. Also, there's apparently a Breath of the Wild prequel coming out soon, or at some point. Like it's been labeled, but hasn't been revealed of a name or anything yet.
That's interesting with Tears of the Kingdom.
It's labeled as the era of the Sheikah on this timeline. And it's marked as Ganon is resurrected as the hero. Calamity Ganon awakens. Ganon sealed away.
The hero?
Yeah, I kind of want to see this game if it's actually a thing. That sounds like fun, actually. I want a game where I get to run around as fucking Ganondorf. Are you kidding me?
Like, I know that the Sheikah aren't the most, like, moral, upstanding people, but... Ganon? The hero?
Hey, I'm sold.
What'd you say?
He said, hey, I'm sold.
Hey, I'm sold.
Because, like, Age of Calamity, the other Hyrule Warriors game, is a split.
It is. Because it goes back in time.
Yeah, it's a whole nother row of time travel shenanigans that they just haven't done anything with because Tears of the Kingdom comes after Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
And because you save the champions from being killed by the Blights.
Also, apparently, according to this timeline, there's going to be an eternal recurrence happening in Tears of the Kingdom. Meaning everything returns to zero.
You know what? I'd be okay with that.
Are they going to loop it back?
I don't know. I have theories about that game, which I can touch on.
I know.
Baby,
that game is going to be so much fun.
Right? Leland.
Huh?
You played Link Between Worlds, right?
Link Between Worlds, yeah.
Okay, remind me. Ganon's revived there too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the question is, what games is he revived, and what games does he reincarnate?
He's revived in all kinds of shit.
Or should we even worry about that?
I don't know. Because some games aren't super like clear if he just shows back up or if he's reincarnated by some
I feel
bullshit.
like if we know that for a fact that the game has either a cutscene or whatever, a scene of which we see something happening and then Ganon pops up, like how like fire or like a spell is cast and he's propped up, that is a revival.
Yeah, reincarnation. Revival.
Reincarnation,
yeah. And then
would
reincarnation
just
is
be
whenever
like,
he naturally comes back.
Yeah, which would be games like Four Swords Adventure. because that is a game where he just kind of pops up.
Yep.
Okay, so does Ganon show up in Link Between Worlds, or is it just Yuga that we fight? Because I don't remember. Or does Yuga, like, gain the... Because I remember Yuga being big and scary. I remember having to fight a Ganon-like being, but I don't remember if it was Yuga that was the...
It's Yuga.
Is it just Yuga?
It's Yuga Ganon. So Yuga Ganon is the joint form of Yuga and Ganon that serves as the primary antagonist. So it's like, it's most likely that he gets revived and then Yuga just kind of whoops them together.
Oh, it's because Yuga has Triforce pieces of
Yeah.
power and wisdom.
Okay, so yeah, after kidnapping the 7 sages and Princess Zelda by transforming them into paintings, Yuga uses them to revive Ganon, with whom he fuses in order to acquire the Triforce of Power.
And that's when... So I've noticed in the Dark Timeline, like what Caden pointed out earlier, the Triforce is no longer in the Sacred Realm.
Yeah.
It's just kind of everywhere.
It just kind of like it's there. Which makes sense to me in a way, which was why it's a little bit more like there's a lot more fighting amongst it.
Yeah.
Because like in Link to the Past, you have that whole cutscene of people just fighting.
Well, it is technically in the Sacred Realm still in A Link to the Past. Because that's
But,
what
like,
the Golden Land is considered. Like, that's what it
Yeah.
is the Sacred Realm.
But like at that point, that's the reason why there's so much fighting, because they're trying to get it. It gets released to the world and it stays.
Yeah.
Just being something that can always be touched.
Okay, you know, I'm gonna ask, who the fuck played Triforce Heroes?
I did.
I was gonna say the same thing.
I don't have enough friends. Physically.
You two then, remind me what the fuck happens in that, because I don't think I played it.
I didn't play it.
3-player fucking multiplayer affair. Different outfits give you different powers. Fucking.
Is that the one where you can dress as Princess Zelda?
Yeah.
Yeah, and there was also a cheerleader outfit.
Hell yeah.
Fuck, I'm trying to remember because it's been a bit.
Do you at least
The interesting
remember who the
thing
final boss is?
It has been a while.
Okay, this sounds interesting. I just read a bit of the plot. Triforce Heroes begins as Lynx arrives in the kingdom of Hytopia. In the middle of a crisis surrounding its fashion obsession, its princess is cursed by that's actually what it is. The princess was cursed. The Princess Styla, so not Zelda, was cursed by, quote, the lady to wear a brown jumpsuit.
Yeah.
Her father, King Tuft, calls out for a hero to save the princess, demanding on a prophecy's characteristics.
Yep.
This game doesn't
Which
sound
happens,
like this belongs on the timeline at all. I ain't gonna
which
lie.
Link, which to me that's the weird thing, is that it specifically references a different kingdom. So we are not in Hyrule.
Yeah, this doesn't feel kosher.
Now, it's not called
wonder-
Triforce Heroes, all one word.
It's
like
Triforce.
Triforce.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
3 forces. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, technically, considering like the adult timeline starts to separate from the whole Ganon and the Hyrule as it is, but does it work because like we get into Hyrule in the adult?
Oh, I'm glad you got to work safe, Flippy, and thank you for the pets.
Where's Triforce Heroes? What are you doing?
I don't know what it's doing.
Honestly, it's just such a weird fucking game.
It is.
If you ever have the chance to play it with people, it's just more like, multiplayer affair, kind of like get to the end of the level. Also, it's kind of competitive because it's like I don't know. It's fucking
I'm
weird.
gonna grab
So
it and rip it out for the time being.
apparently, the original design for Link in Triforce Heroes was supposed to be the same design in Link Between Worlds, but they ultimately replaced it with Toon Link. Which could potentially mean that where else do we see Toon Link? In the adult timeline.
Yeah, I ripped it the fuck out. I'm like, we could put it in the adult timeline because that's
We could-
where they
we literally
wander
could
around
put
the
it-
New Worlds the most.
Yeah.
Throw it in the
so-
chaos timeline.
Well, right now
Yeah.
it's just up here. I
Throw it
ain't
over there
fucking
with
like
throw it
we
over there
could-
with Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land.
So
Throw it over there.
based on what we know, we could potentially put Triforce Heroes in the adult timeline after Spirit
Oh,
Tracks,
wait.
because within Spirit Tracks we have the new Hyrule, so the world is potentially no longer flooded.
Not potentially, it is no longer flooded. They like go to an entirely different
Yeah,
continent.
well, I'm saying whole world and stuff,
Well, yeah.
and so that could potentially mean that there's another kingdom that has popped up
All I
that Link
remember
goes to.
from that
It
time,
could work.
yeah,
I
all I
hate
remember
it.
from that time is just seeing all the fan art of Cheetah Link.
Aw,
Like-
that sounds kind of cute.
Okay, not always.
Oh.
The 34th rule has definitely had their effect.
Oh.
The 34th rule has had their way with Zelda in general.
Yeah, every
ever since it was created.
iteration.
For
Okay.
some reason, there's a lot of Bunny Link.
Okay, so
Yeah.
this is totally me like bullshitting this, but I read some development. The inspiration for Triforce Heroes originated in 2009 from a portion in Spirit Tracks in which Princess Zelda is able to possess phantoms.
Yep. That's
So
like
do
a
you think
entire
it's
thing
after
about
Spirit
Spirit
Tracks?
It could be,
It sounds
because
like
it's the
it.
I think it's our best option.
It's the only thing that makes sense. Do you
Yeah,
think it's a
'cause you're-
different Link?
I think it's a different Link.
But
Okay.
they're labeling
I
a Link Between Worlds Link and Triforce Heroes Link as the same one.
Yeah, which is funky. I don't know why they do that.
I feel like here's the thing for me. I feel like with the Dark Timeline, it should be consistently that you're fighting Ganon or a form of Ganon. In Triforce Heroes, there is no mention of Ganon. Ganon is no longer a thing.
Who's the bad guy in Triforce Heroes? I've been looking at the bosses.
Styla.
Styla? Oh, I thought Styla was
Styla.
the princess.
No, oh no, the lady. Sorry, the lady.
Oh,
Yeah, well, Styla is the Princess
Yeah,
Styla,
her,
and then
her,
the
she's
lady.
literally called the lady.
No, that game was wild.
I want to. I don't actually remember what she looks like.
Apparently she's some
Oh.
lady with a...
She looks like a Karen.
Yeah, the
got an
Triforce
umbrella.
Heroes protagonist.
Okay,
The
so yeah,
Triforce
her
Heroes
name is.
protagonist in the Link Between Worlds
Oh,
protagonist is still the
her
same
name
one.
is Lady
Maud.
Maud.
Maud, however
Maud.
you pronounce it.
Maud. Malice.
Malladus?
Malladus. Malice.
See?
Stella.
Okay.
Malice.
She's
Oh.
his cousin, confirmed.
You sound like you're reaching there a little bit, bud.
I am.
Okay.
Triforce Heroes makes no sense, and it should be banished to the Sacred Realm.
I found a thing from the official Triforce Heroes developer team. The game takes place several years after A Link Between Worlds and features the same hero. Certain events bring him to the Kingdom of Hytopia, where he dresses as he does in order to hide his heroic origins. There is no telling where the other hero candidates come from, but the player character you control is the true Hylian hero from A Link Between Worlds.
I think they're saying that to fuck with me.
This is officially from the developers.
The developers are wrong! Fine,
Because, like, it
I will
doesn't-
begrudgingly put it clicked with this.
You
No, I
sound
feel like what you should do is like
you sound like a Kojima hater whenever you're screaming the developers are wrong. I just want you to know that.
Good.
also Nintendo Logic is always fucked.
Fine. Since they officially said it, I'll put it together.
Here's the thing.
Boom.
Even though it's official, in our hearts, we know we're Triforce Heroes.
In my hearts, I know it's after Spirit Tracks.
In my heart, I know it needs to be thrown over with the air of Linkle. Or not Linkle, era of fucking Tingle.
No Tingle, no spin-offs. Actually, what are the spin-offs? Oh.
You can't say you don't like Tingle's Rupee Rosie Land. Come on.
I refuse to acknowledge that game.
There's 2 whole Tingle games.
No. Why? Okay. There, I did it. So, Twin Rover revives Ganon. Ganon's a rage machine. Vati brings back Ganon again in Four Swords, right? Or is he just reincarnated?
Reincarnated.
He's reincarnated.
Okay. So he just naturally
It's just
is born that way.
It's just he teams up with Vati, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, got it. Okay.
He just... This particular one just is in a boar form, but he is more human and more intelligent than the Dark Timeline.
Okay.
Which is also the boar forms, but this is a completely different Ganon. For sure.
So... Which one was the one with Ganon talking as the boar again? I don't remember.
That's Four Swords.
Yeah, that's Four Swords Adventures.
Okay, he... Smirt. Okay. And then in the Adventure of Link, gather crystals, I don't know.
The Adventure Link is still part of the Dark Timeline, because it's the same Link as Legend of Zelda.
Yeah. And then you gotta wake up Zelda. There. It doesn't really have an end boss that you have to fight. It's just wake her up. At least I think. Hold up. Who are all the bosses? Yeah, you just fight yourself. Link's Shadow, I think. And then
yeah, it's like the final test, essentially.
Yeah, so he's fighting himself.
Fight himself, fucking Cecil Harvey style.
It's why you slap it. Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself?
Fucking Final Fantasy IV to this day is still my favorite.
Such a good game.
It's fucking great.
I've only played 14. Online.
14's a masterclass, don't get me wrong, but...
That's all I've played. I need to play more Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
I see. Thank you, Sugar Skull, for helping me switch into my outfit. Okay.
Kind of weird on, like, that they consider Link's Awakening the golden era.
Yeah.
Considering Link's Awakening is separate from A Link Between Worlds.
Because it's the part of the era of Light and Dark immediately following all the bullshit that happens with the Golden Land and whatnot.
Yeah, but like, it's still weird.
Yeah, it is still weird, but...
That, like, only Triforce
That's
Heroes
why
Link
it's
Between
the
Worlds
name
and Link's
mentioned.
Awakening is very specifically called the Golden Arrow. But, still.
Alright, I'm gonna try and figure out where The Legend of Zelda and Adventure of Link falls. I think it's still Dark Timeline, but I'm just making sure I caught everything here.
I think it would still be Dark.
Yeah.
It's
'cause
still
it's,
Ganon.
like-
He's called a powerful Prince
Ganon.
of Darkness.
Yeah. And we know that the Triforce is out and about.
Yeah, it's still
because
Beast
the-
Ganon, still
because
roaming
the
Triforce.
king uses it, I believe so.
Yeah, it says here, The Legend of
Yeah,
the
the king
Triforce-
using the Triforce... Sorry.
No, you're good.
I was gonna say the king using the Triforce is what led into the tragedy that, like, leads into The Legend of Zelda.
Yeah. So it's no longer in the Golden Realm.
Yeah, it's out and about, just like in the rest of the Dark Timelines.
Yeah.
And I believe the animal continuity fits with Legend of Zelda in terms of like where they are, like where all the creatures of the world are and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Does OG Legend of Zelda have Bad Zora or I can't remember.
The first one, I think they are those little fish things that kind of shoot fireballs at you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know in A Link to the Past, it's got them, but they like you're able to still talk to their king and all that because that's a whole other plot point.
Little swimmy fish.
Yeah. Zora as an enemy is in the original Legend of Zelda and Adventure of Link.
Yeah, so they become... aren't they also enemies in Link to the Past?
Yeah, so their main appearances are the original Legend of Zelda, Adventure of Link, Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, Oracle of Ages and Seasons, Four Swords Adventures, and A Link Between Worlds.
Yeah, so that does kind of fit our whole musing of Four Swords Adventures wanting to be on Dark Timeline.
Yeah.
But it also could, like, because we know, like, kind of the state of the Zora in Twilight Princess, which they're going through tough things in Twilight Princess.
Yeah, they are. Wait,
Specifically
are they
with the
enemies
death.
in Ages and Seasons?
They are.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you guys discuss this. I need to step away for just a moment, but I will be right back.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
Because, yeah, in the Link to the Past, the King Zora is a friendly man. He's a little...
Yes.
He's just a guy.
He's just a guy that takes forever to move.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, I don't see any other issues with the timeline at the moment. We got like the Four Swords Adventures issue that we've got here, but I think that's about it.
Yeah.
And honestly, I could see it being anywhere in the Dark Timeline. Like after Link's Awakening, I could see it. After Triforce Heroes, I could see it being there.
So there is an interesting thing with that could potentially work. So let's say, in Twilight Princess, we know that the Queen of the Zoras, she dies.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I don't think we know anything about the king, but I believe he's dead as well.
Yeah, we don't really get to hear about him. We just get to follow the queen and actually go obtain the Zora armor.
Go to the Zora armor and that whole quest involves her son, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So her son. So in Oracle Ages, King Zora resides in King Zora's palace. The Zora are at first leaderless as King Zora died 400 years ago due to an illness caused by overwhelming amount of sea pollution. Link must travel to the past and give him a magic potion. And this game also still has Jabu Jabu.
Yeah. Big fish.
Big fish. So I wonder, like, obviously, like, this isn't the most canon just because, like, there's not super concrete, but, like, the son of the now past queen becomes king, dies because of pollution, and is then brought back because we could connect them, or literally could straight up just be a different King Zora, but still passed from that line.
Mm-hmm.
Further down, like, the line of the lineage.
Got it. Yeah.
Because that could work.
I'm just trying to think back on, like...
Yeah, so King Zora in Twilight Princess is long dead.
Yeah, he's gone way before we have anything to do with anything.
And the queen died more recently, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because her kid is
Uh-huh.
like, oh, my fucking mom's dead. This sucks.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
It is thought of by some fans that this same King Zora, the King Zora in Ocarina of Time, is the same one in Twilight Princess, due to a quote from an interviewer taking to the developers.
Mm.
I'm gonna see what I can say. So,
What did I miss?
so we were discussing like how possibly another way to connect Twilight Princess into Oracle of Ages specifically. So in Twilight Princess, the king and queen have passed.
Yeah, because they'll
Twilight
the
Princess.
ruler.
Because like they've both passed, but they still have their kid.
Yeah.
So the line isn't dead. And in Ages, that the king is dead because of pollution, but you go back in time and revive him and give him a potion, and he stays alive.
Yeah.
So like, there's at least like we know that the lineage is still strong. At least like they're still consistent.
Well, they're still there, yeah.
Yeah.
They're still there because we know at least the prince in Twilight Princess is still alive.
Oh, are we talking about the Zora family?
Yeah, the Zora, the Zora
Right,
line.
that's true. The
From
prince is still
Twilight
alive in
Princess.
Twilight Princess.
And that means that potentially, like, I'm not saying that Prince is the King Zora we see in Ages, but we at least know that, like, because he's alive, that the Zora are still. There's still Zoras that, like, could be good. Because the king is, like, the only Zora up to that point that is still just a good person in the Oracle of Ages.
Yeah.
So the reference for that, like, quote of connecting the Oracle of... I gotta refine this. Oh boy. So yeah, they do say, so it is thought by some fans that the same kings were in Ocarina of Time due to a quote from an interviewer taking from the developers is the same one that is referenced in Twilight Princess.
Yeah.
Thank you, Evangeline. I'm dying. Hold on.
So there's a reference to King Zora, the king of the Zora raised in Ocarina of Time. His official name is Dobon III. And there are some pictures of the man from the fishing pond, the owner of the fishing business near Lake Hylia. That's all it is. That's the reference. That doesn't give me much.
I don't know how I feel about a picture of a Zora being next to a fishing house.
Like that's the weird thing. Is like they have a reference and the reference doesn't do anything.
But I just don't know how I feel about that being where you see a picture of the King of Zora.
Yeah,
at a fishing
I don't
house.
believe it. Like I was like, that's interesting. Let's read the reference, and then the reference like that's a shit reference. Sorry. But yeah, no, we know for a fact that at least Ocarina of Time, the line is still happening. Because we know that the King Zora in Ocarina of Time is alive to the end.
Yeah.
Because he's in the end credits.
Oh yeah.
And then, and possibly we get like a new line, like a new king and queen. They die. We have the prince. Line continues. Yeah.
Trying to figure out
And-
when the Zora start to become enemies.
So, based on this timeline for the childhood timeline, it would be Oracle of Ages. Because the loss of their king. Because they have no one leading them in Oracle of Ages until you, like, save the king.
God. Okay. What? Oh, thank you for the pet, Evangeline. Yeah, I'm getting better. I choked on a cracker, by the way. That's what's happening here.
Okay, so I find it funny. So on like a wiki, it says habitats, and I don't know why, but it made me laugh. Zora Lake, Zora Waterfall, Zora River, Lake Hylia, any body of water
Any body of water.
Any
And then
water.
like, it's like specific water.
Also, dying. I will say, the Zora are also an Oracle of Seasons and Ages. Some of them are friendly.
Yeah. And is there one that happens before, or are they meant because like?
Wait a minute.
Like, is there a canonical one that happens first in Oracle games? Like, you fight one and then you fight another.
I don't think
you are
so,
not
no.
new. But yeah, I'll cover that in a second. But for those of you who are new, hello, I am Desmond Dracula. I'm a vampire butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as world build on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes, and today we're world building. Specifically, we're going over the Legend of Zelda timeline because it needs a little bit of fixing. Alrighty, but so
It needs
we're
a spit shine.
so we're discussing Twilight Princess versus the Oracle of Games, Zora?
So based on what I quickly just read, it is commonly agreed on that Seasons happens first.
Okay. So
Yeah, the
Seasons
games are
is
designed to be.
technically the
Yeah,
first.
that's what people have like kind of talked about. Both games are designed to be played in any order. But for those that, when you want to get into technical, it's generally accepted that Oracle of Seasons should occur first in the timeline.
Okay, I'll do this.
Followed by Oracle of Ages. Once a player has completed one of the games, they're given a special password. Which we know. We've talked about that.
Also, you said something about the Zora King dying? And you have to help him?
So basically, in Oracle of Ages, when you're playing the game, so in the current like timeline of Oracle of Ages, the Zora King has died due to pollution. And so then you go back in time, you give
heal him.
A magic potion, and he lives, basically. Which I guess could technically make sense in a way. That if we consider Seasons to go first and then Ages.
Sorry,
so in Seasons we still have... Oh.
No, it's just Lilin killed me. So sad the Zora King died of Ligma.
Died of Ligma. My god. It's like, in Seasons we still have some friendly... Like,
I had to continue
honestly...
the joke.
Sorry, the idea honestly works depending even if we put Ages before Seasons. Or Seasons before Ages, in a way.
Yeah, I don't think it matters in what order,
It doesn't,
as long as they're done.
it doesn't matter what order, because what I'm about to say technically works both ways. So either, in Seasons, due to whatever reasons, Zoras start getting a little angry, and angry little boys and angry little fishies, and start... But there's still some good ones. And then in Ages, we have all Zoras except for King Zora.
Because you help
Bad
him.
boys. And then you help King Zora, and then potentially all Zoras from then on are... Could be getting better? Back to something? Or switch it around. You save King Zora in Ages, and then in Seasons you start to see that some of the Zoras are starting to be back to what we know them as. So it works either way, so then it doesn't mess up with the idea of that both of them don't matter when they happen.
Hashtag not all Zoras.
Hashtag not all Zoras.
Hashtag...
That is interesting though, because you can start to see a shift in Zora relationships with Hylians in the Ages and Seasons. That's the only
Yeah.
game where you see Zoras starting to kind of turn. And Zoras don't really exist in the adult timeline, only the child timeline.
Yeah.
I'm starting to think the split happens at Ages and Seasons.
Yeah, and with the Dark Timeline ones, they're really just territorial. So yeah, it does kind of work with the Ages and Seasons being the split into the Dark Timeline.
Mm-hmm. Especially considering there's time travel in Ages too.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to drop that on you guys. There's a reason.
Right as you said that, Lilin also put it in the
It's
chat.
called Ages because
See, Lilin.
they go back in time.
Same brain
Lilin,
cell.
Same brain cell. Same brain cell. And me and Lilin are that the Spider-Man meme right now. So yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what games would go with the split. Would Four Swords be like... what's the status on the Zora and the Four Swords?
The Zoras. So there are a couple Zoras actually.
Are they good or bad?
In Four Swords or Four Swords Adventures?
Adventures.
Four Swords Adventures.
Okay.
So here, let me
Because
just
there's
quickly
nice
scroll
ones
back
and
down.
mean ones in
Yes.
Ages and Seasons.
So Blue Zora's habitat like Hylia, the coast and the swamp, and the river near Kakariko village. In most regions, they are hostile. But in the swamp, Zoras refrain from attacking. Instead, they hunt under lily pads and occasionally come to the surface. And when you go in one of those lily pads, you get launched up. So it... In addition to the most hostile blue Zoras, Link also encounters a friendly green Zora. So it still works. There's still hostile, and there's still friendly. There's a split now. And it's more defined in Four Swords Adventures.
Okay. And we don't know where the Goron are in Four Swords Adventures, do we?
I don't believe so.
I like how I said we shouldn't look at creatures as much, and here we are staring at Zoras for 5 minutes.
But like, I feel like staring at creatures like the Zora, like the Goron, like the Kokiri, like the Koroks, that's important.
Yeah, the races
because
are important.
they're major races in the game, and even though the Zoras in certain games are enemies, they're still a
Gorons are in
very
Four Swords Adventures!
filled with friendly Gorons.
So it works! Four Swords Adventures follows Ages and Seasons after Twilight Princess.
Okay, I gotta like, I can't tell. Yeah, friendly Gorons.
Because they're in the games
Four
Ocarina of
Swords
Time, Majora's Mask, Oracle of Seasons and Ages, Wind Waker, but like there's only like 2 or 3. Four
Yeah.
Swords Adventures, Minish Cap, because, you know, they're in Skyward Sword.
Yeah.
Twilight Princess, Phantom Hourglass. Really? There's a few in Phantom Hourglass?
Yes.
Yep.
Which makes sense with Wind Waker.
Okay, so I think the split is in Ages. It splits
So we
into
get it-
Four Swords Adventures and then the Dark Timeline.
Yeah.
That's my thing, though.
Oh, because of
But
the
honestly-
failed revival.
Resurrection. Yeah, because in 1, it's Twinrova that becomes the vessel for Ganon, and it fucks up.
Yeah.
But on the other, it's Zelda that's used as the vessel, and it works.
And it works.
It just works.
It works, and then he is fully defeated, and then that's when we get the new incarnation.
Yeah, Four Swords Adventures.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we found the spot, guys.
Where do I think we did it?
Babe,
We finally found the Dark Timeline spot.
we won. Do Do you have any input on it?
I'm just chilling.
I know. You're very cute.
Vibing.
Leon checked out like 20 minutes ago.
He probably did. I love you, sweetheart. Oof. So, yeah, all in favor, I guess.
All in favor of Dark Timeline splitting off of
With seasons ages.
seasons and ages.
I think that's a good place for it. Yeah,
I feel like that's fair.
I think that makes the most sense, considering what happens.
So this, I'm gonna say it's the timeline where Zelda is the vessel.
Sacrifice. Yeah.
Zelda is Zelda revives Ganon, essentially.
I'm gonna call it ritual timeline, I guess.
Yeah.
And it's the timeline where Zelda is used as a sacrifice.
And Lillian, if you wanted to see Weewon start talking nerd shit, I just gotta start talking about cardboard. Don't worry.
Or just talk about how you like Final Fantasy IV.
That too.
Or
Like, I
Monster
like-
Hunter.
Yeah, Monster
Or
Hunters.
Monster Hunter.
I might play some of that tonight.
It's a good game.
I took a little don't get burnt out break to start on the new Diablo 3 season. So I'm probably gonna be swapping between the two of them.
Right now, I think I'm at Paragon level 640 on D3.
On the season?
Yeah.
Bitch, the season started Friday!
I know. It's real easy once you unlock. Once you unlock, all items have no level restriction.
Yeah.
You basically
I
power level
leveled-
yourself.
I leveled up, I power leveled myself within like a couple hours. I'm really enjoying this Altar of Rites this season. Right now I'm farming, right now I've got a farm to, I have my altar planner pulled up right now, hold on. I'm at 1100 blood shards, in which case I'll get the 30% damage buff.
Yeah, well, I went towards the right side where it's like you get double fucking progress orbs because I do speed GRs anyway, so that's what I kind of care about.
The double progress orbs is number 11 on my list. There's literally, I found a GitHub of an actual season 28 planner. I'll send it to you.
I'm
This
just
is
unlocking
definitely-
whatever sounds dope.
This is definitely going to end up being a discussion after stream.
Yeah.
Cute. Alright, I need to make my canvas size
No,
bigger
you.
again.
Oh, I saw this. Okay. Yeah, I finally got my Challenger's Rift cache to get my my fucking what is it? 15th unlock, 20th unlock. Where is it? 15th.
It's 15th for Challenge Rift. I just used my second Challenge Rift cache, and I was like, fuck it, I'll just wait until Monday to get the 15th unlock.
Yeah, I just didn't want to. Oh, sorry about that.
Desmond, you know what's actually really nice about having it split at Oracle of Ages and Seasons? Every game except for the one that shall not be referenced because it's fucking shit up. Zoras all appear as both enemies and non-enemies. In Link to the Past, Link Between Worlds, and the first two Zelda games.
Oh, there's like both good and bad Zora there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is consistent with the Oracle games.
Fucking Pog.
Yeah, it's just Triforce heroes that don't have any Zoras, but also don't think they have any of like the normal
I was
races
about to
because
say,
they're not in Hyrule.
Yeah. Also, Gorons are not in this timeline at all.
Yeah.
Gorons are all here, though. They're all in here.
So that just means Gorons died off, or
Something happened to the Gorons through this timeline. Something happened here, and the Gorons died. Also, we do see a couple of Gorons here, but not a lot.
Oh!
I mean, to be fair, the world is covered in water.
Yeah, they probably all
and Goron are rock creatures, so like.
And it also happened that the Rito then took.
Oh, Barian,
the
thank you for putting me
fireplace.
in my suit. Thank you. The Zelda soul vessel. Yeah. Weewon's
Talk about flesh and blood? Yeah, fucking hand it over.
Weewon likes Legend of Zelda. I don't know if he...
I love Legend of Zelda. It's one of my top 5 franchises. It's just not my number 1.
I also know you don't put as much stock in the timeline as I do.
I really don't give enough. If a fucking Zelda game is fun, I'm playing the fuck out of it.
Exactly.
No matter where it is. In any
That's
kind
me
of
with Pokemon.
canon. Yeah. I mean, like, even like a poopy Pokemon game, like, I wasn't a big fan of Sword and Shield.
I was gonna say Cough Cough Ultra Sun Ultra Moon Cough Cough.
Yeah, USUM is also kind of.
I still
bleh.
haven't finished Gen 7 because it's so slow in the beginning.
He's lore
Absolutely.
agnostic. Yeah. Oh, hi Pats, welcome in. Now I am good. How are you guys?
Pretty alright. Just chilling, making pickles like every year.
Why are you making pickles?
You didn't answer me.
You didn't need to be answered.
Yeah, it seems like the Zoras start to have color splits too, because they're mainly just freshwater, and then I guess there is some sort of changes in the climate that slowly happens.
Yeah, so like we start seeing a lot more like lake Zoras and green, specifically the green Zoras
Yeah,
in
the
the Dark
green ones.
Timeline, which are like the enemy type ones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wait, which ones are
Yeah.
evil? The green?
They're the green ones.
Okay, I thought it was the blue ones.
There are blue one enemies in like the Oracle Ages and Seasons, but we mainly see the green ones pop up in the Dark Timeline, which to me then just suggests that like as they got more evil, like they just like differentiate stuff.
Are they green in A Link to the Past? I can't remember.
They are.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they are green. Which is...
God, I want to get back into A Link to the Past randomizer again now.
I'm looking at them as an
Jeez.
enemy, and it says that's a green, and they have like
They're
more different fins on their heads.
yeah, so like they've evolved to be less humanoid and more monstrous.
Yeah, they look more like frogs
Yeah.
with fins on their heads.
Yeah, so looking at all the games that Gorons are in, the last time we see Gorons are in the Oracle games.
And 4 Swords Adventures.
Well, from the split.
Yeah, from the split.
So we see the split and like going into the Dark Timeline.
There's no more Gorons.
Yeah, so after the defeat of Ganon being resurrected by Twin Rova, something happened where the Gorons become extinct, or
It could be because some of the other races, especially the Zoro, were becoming more monstrous.
yeah, and obviously I feel like Zoras probably have something up on the Gorons because
Water.
and
swim
Gorons are
Can't
slow
Gorons
dummies.
can't swim.
They can't swim.
Can't swim. So I think we found our not convergence point, our split point.
Yeah.
That makes more sense than Ocarina of Time.
So I'm gonna do this.
Now for
I
the
still
real
don't think
bitch
this
about
should
it.
be here, but whatever.
I think we should recall it and call it Link Goes on Vacation.
I'm telling you, throw it over there with the fucking Tingle games.
What
Yeet it
class
into the
is
Shadow
Black
Realm.
Gaiden into and Diablo 3.
Wizard. I'm currently
Fair.
trying to build up for Talrasha Wizard.
Everyone is because that fucking build's so stupid.
It's fun. I want to.
I would say
The Lincoln timeline.
what you could do, and this would make it a bit easier and make it not feel like it's so canonical, because it can't be in a way, is putting Triforce Heroes not under Between Worlds, but like right next to it, and just be like
It's Volson.
travel somewhere else, and then but then continue the line from In Between Worlds to Legend of Zelda.
Yeah, but then that makes it kind of look like it's trying to split, and that's not what we want.
Yeah. Oh, also maybe.
Yeah.
Is that what you wanted? Gets grabbed by face. Okay, so I have these Zoras, regular Zoras versus the enemy Zoras pulled up, and yeah, all of the enemy Zoras consistently have frog-like faces and fins on their heads, and all of the good Zoras are a lot more like with the fish head on top of their heads, and a lot more humanoid.
Yeah.
Here, I'm gonna look at their models. Yeah, as a fish, here, I'll bring this down for you guys to see the...
And then...
As
Yeah,
a
and then a link
fish.
to...
Fish.
Or... Then when we get Breath of the Wild, Breath of the Wild gets the traditional Zora that we know from Ocarina.
Fish.
Because they start we start seeing them have that more
Fish. See, even
fish
in
tail.
What was that the Majora's Mask spray? He just goes...
Yeah, even in Seasons and Ages, the versions that are nice are the fishy ones.
Yeah, they've got the tail head.
Mm-hmm. While in enemies, they are all Froggos. They all look like this. Even
And they're mostly green or close-ish to green.
Yeah,
they look like They look like Slowpoke's cousin. They're just kind of like... Moo.
Yeah. There are blue versions, but it's
yeah,
the
I think the
consistent
color's less
design.
Yeah, I was about to say. I think the color's less important, and we have to look at the design. These guys are definitely more like...
Hold on.
Black Lagoon
Look at
monsters.
Look at the third choice in other appearances. What the fuck?
Where, down here?
No, like in the actual list there below it. On main appearances, other appearances. No, go back up.
Go back up.
Right under the picture.
Keep going up. Go back to the
Back to the pictures.
Back up. Back to the pictures.
Where see where it says main appearances? Look at the third one in other appearances.
And sprites?
No. Look at the
list, right below you're clicking right
says
now.
main appearances. Like the list that has all the major games.
Oh, other appearances.
And now look at the third one in other appearances.
Yeah,
What?
Super Mario Kun. I thought you meant the actual pictures. I don't know what that is.
No.
And I'm
What is Super Mario Kun?
I'm gonna... What is...
Oh god.
Don't do it to yourself.
Oh god, there's a thing in this wiki about it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna look. I'm scared.
I'm gonna look. I'll do the hard job.
I know they have a princess that's in Link Between Worlds, and she's the exception to the rule in terms of attacking. I don't remember her name. I think it's Oren.
But we also we have a consistent thing of when we start seeing Zoras as enemy, we at least have a royalty or a couple that are not enemies.
Yeah.
I love that one says flippers for sale for the fucking Zora King in A Link to the Past.
Yeah. It's not as bad as you think it is. It's just the manga.
Oh, okay.
It's literally just the manga.
Yeah, they are. See, even in Oracle of Seasons and Ages, they're also looking Angie.
Yeah, it's there is a difference, but it's weirdly consistent.
I remember when Mario teamed up against Zora.
Madara.
Okay, so yeah, I'm pretty confident in where we put this. So, this is wrong. Not my Zelda.
Not my
This is
Zelda.
what we have created. That we have everything that makes sense to us.
Yeah. I still think Triforce Heroes is bullshit, but whatever.
Yes, we just have
I
like
feel
a
like the
big
community kind of considers Triforce Heroes to be bullshit.
like why is like I feel like Triforce Heroes isn't even like a main series game to me.
Well, it technically isn't. It was made by fucking Capcom.
I know.
Yeah, it feels like a outlier just kind of sticking out, and it's like, please
Yeah.
no.
Because like at least with the Oracle games, there's connections.
Mm-hmm.
There's consistencies. Triforce Heroes is a completely different realm. Like it's a completely different kingdom. There's nothing that really connects it besides you being Link.
Yeah. With that being said, I'm gonna go look at the spin-offs and see if there's any viability for your claims, Caden. Because I know you want to. Ow! I know you want to say Hyrule Warriors. You're not a horse.
Horse.
I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight him. Because the only two games I haven't put down on this list yet are Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom.
Well, and both of the Warriors games, but still. I think Age of Calamity is considered canon at least.
Well, I think it's because it's the closest to Leon Horsebarian. Nar. Don't
Here's the thing. Age of the Calamity is another weird split because it's a time split.
Yeah.
It's more timey-wimey bullshit.
Because it goes back in time. Because it goes in between the period of when Link is sent to the Shrine of Resurrection.
There's the one I was looking at that includes the Linkle stuff.
Oh,
I just put it in VIP.
Alright.
Oh lord.
It literally, or not Linkle, the Tingle stuff. And it literally puts Tingle all the fucking way out to the side of the timeline.
What is all
It's
this?
the fact that like they say that Tingle got the Triforce after Phantom Hourglass.
Yep.
Oh yeah, because Tingle, his first appearance was in Wind Waker, right?
Majora's Mask.
Was it? Yeah, but I thought it was.
Yeah, I thought it was.
I thought it was Ocarina of Time too, wasn't it?
No,
Was he in
wasn't
Ocarina?
No, he was not in Ocarina.
Then yeah, it was Majora's Mask.
Yeah, because he is the map.
Yeah, he's in Majora's Mask. Yeah.
No, I hate that. Oh god, I fucking forgot. I hate that.
Yeah, he is in fact in Majora's Mask.
Yeah. That's his first.
Majora's Mask.
He's evil.
He was.
Get him out of here.
He was the son of the Swamp Tourist Center Guide.
Get him out of here. Tingle, get him out. Tingle doesn't exist anymore. I refuse to acknowledge
fairy.
his presence.
He's a fairy. You can't hate on the fairy.
He's not a fucking fairy.
He thinks he's a fairy.
Yeah, he's the
I'm
reincarnation
gonna
of a
call
fairy.
Nimbus and tell him that Tingle's culture appropriating him.
Yeah, and I'll call Airy.
Imagine that, an egg. Split behind the egg, staying inactive since Zelda's childhood, and the egg is traveling to time before Calamity. Egg?
I forgot Tinkles in Ages.
Egg!
And Four Swords Adventures.
I hate him. Get him out of here. I don't want him here. Not my
Lord.
Zelda game.
Yeah. He's in Majora's Mask, Ages, Wind Waker, Four Swords Adventures, Minish Cap, and Phantom Hourglass.
I forgot he was in Minish Cap.
Nobody remembers him.
Fucking Tingle is always, Tingle is forever.
Tingle can go away. Thank you. Goodbye. Okay, so I've pulled up Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. These are clearly the same Link. It's the exact same fucking map.
Yeah.
Just
and
shit's
it's
happening.
literally right after. Like, we literally have the cutscenes of right after. Maybe like a couple months maybe after.
And I already know who we're gonna be fighting. Down here it sounds like Ganondorf. I'm assuming we're gonna be fighting Ganondorf.
Which
we're fighting Ganondorf, voiced by Matt Mercer. Yes.
Yeah. Which for me, which is one of my reasons why I believe that one of the reasons that it is a conversion of all timelines is that we face Beast Ganon, and now we're facing probably Ganondorf.
The thing is, though, Beast Form Ganon in Breath of the Wild is different. So y'all have been watching me play it these past this past month. I hope.
I hope, please.
please watch. Please, I'm gonna beat him sometime tomorrow. Please watch.
Pop,
Which
pop.
yes, I'm actually very close to beating the game. I'll probably beat it tomorrow, but
You're gonna actually beat it legit?
I'm gonna try. Yeah.
I always just did the bullet time, get an arrow stuck in Ganon's face thing.
Oh, no, I
Just
don't
'cause
know. I don't know cheats, so.
It's a very precise skill shot, and it's just very satisfying to pull it off. I have failed it so many times.
Fair. But the thing is with Breath of the Wild and with the whole Tears of the Kingdom thing that we've seen in the trailers, the original body of Ganon is somewhere underground. And he's leaking out this ancient, evil,
Zonai.
red and black pus. That
Zonai.
That's, well, the leaking isn't the Zonai.
I know.
But we've been calling it malice, and a lot
Yes.
of people have come to the conclusion that that malice is what caused the beast form to come out. We didn't fight actual Ganon, we just fought, like, his malice drippy goo ghost.
Yeah, and the malice.
I don't like
has
Goo
been something
Goos.
kind of-
Don't like the phrase Goo
Ghost.
Ghost.
Here, malice goo ghost. I'll put it on the sheet just to make it official.
But I don't like Goo Goos. Can we call it something else?
No.
Not Goo Goos.
No.
I want you, Dad.
Me too.
Yeah.
I just noticed Ganondorf Matt Mercer hot daddy.
You just now noticed?
I had one of the roommate's kids talking to me, so I just looked over and seen it.
Fair. But, yeah, we still have no idea where the fuck this thing lands on. I personally think it follows after Twilight Princess. I think it's in the child timeline because that's literally all I have to go off of currently. It's the only timeline where the Gorons are still alive, the Zora are still alive, and fully homies. They're not enemies at all, so they're not over here at all. They can't be. I know there's Lionels, but like, what about the Rito then? That's the fucked
And the
up
Gorons.
part. Well, the Gorons, yeah, the Gorons are all in the child timeline. But the fucked up thing with the Rito is that I don't want it to be true or canon, but they changed the textures in the Twilight Princess remake, or remaster, I guess it was. Was it a remake? Yeah, it was the Twilight Princess HD version. They added birds. They added Rito in Twilight Princess.
You could hate me for what I'm about to say. If we want to place it under child timeline, we could potentially say that the Rito
Fucked it all up.
were the Oka.
No! Fuck you!
Because they're the only bird things in the child timeline.
Well, okay, hold on. Counterpoint. This
He
is
doesn't
the...
want to.
I don't want to. This is the HD texture that they added to the castle walls. It's the interactions of all the races that they consider part of Hyrule. There's the Gorons interacting with the Hylians here. There's the Rito interacting with the Hylians. And then there are the Zora on the same panel.
With the Oka.
And the Oka are also here. They are considered separate from the Rito. Fish!
See, I feel like part of it, though, is like, who remastered? Like, that's one of the things, like, when there's a remastered, like, what company specifically?
I don't know.
The
Let me look it
remastered
up.
textures.
Who did it?
Because that's usually, like, my main thought process is, like,
Someone Tantalus Media and Nintendo EPD. Nintendo. So I don't know.
Obviously, so I feel like it's like the company and then like obviously Nintendo approving things. I feel like the company that did the texture did it to hint towards things. And less of they exist. I think it really is just a case of they wanted to hint towards things or connect things towards Breath of the Wild.
I know, which is why I hate it.
Which is why
it makes sense, but also I hate it.
Yeah, which is why I constantly feel like it's no matter what timeline you're in, everything comes together.
Also, the whole Korok thing, I know they are only in the Wind Waker timeline, but the Koroks could have easily just shifted no matter what, especially considering Twilight Princess, everything's fucked up anyway. They're not.
And let's be honest, I don't think they need. Yeah, the only reason they evolved in Wind Waker is because they evolved to be able to fly around. Because they no longer had like forests.
Yeah.
No, arsenic, no.
Eventually, any of the lines would eventually become a Breath of the Wild one way or the other. That's what I'm thinking, and
Well, you okay, babe?
I understood.
Everything's great.
He said, "Blah." I don't want to include. I don't want to include Hyrule Warriors.
Clearly, Koroks are extinct because Link found them all, gathered them up, and burned them.
I would have done the same.
I'm gonna do it in front of the Great Deku Tree. Fucking watch me.
Well, the Koroks aren't extinct. It's the Kokiri that are technically extinct. The Kokiri were these kids, that live in the Lost Woods. That live in the forest that the Great Deku Tree protects them from. But because the Great Deku Tree dies,
because we know that the Great Deku Tree in Wind Waker is the tree that sprouted in Ocarina of Time.
Yeah. But that's in the adult timeline.
Yeah.
Does the sprout ever grow in the child timeline? That's the question.
No,
we never see
because
it happen.
the only so the reason is because the curse over the Lost Woods
happened.
And the Forest Temple.
Wait, no, that's not true. It did.
It stayed because it was because the curse. Obviously, the parasite killed the Great Deku Tree.
Yeah.
But assumedly, the curse over the Forest Temple probably was still something happening, and it was the curse of the Forest Temple that was keeping the sprout from popping up.
That's right.
Because he says, "Oh, hey, you doing this? I'm able to grow now."
Yeah, because he would have probably popped up immediately, but there was still something happening. Also, the sage wasn't awoken properly, I don't think. Sorry,
Which I think
wasn't
is
really a fully realized sage yet.
Yeah, I think that's honestly was the catalyst for the new Deku Tree popping up, was Zarya.
Which is why in Twilight Princess we don't see Koroks or Kokiri.
They're gone. They're probably dead.
They're dead.
But I do think. Wait, wait one moment.
I love that I can hear the frustration in Desmond's voice as they very slowly are realizing.
Mounting.
As they're slowly realizing, oh shit, we need Hyrule Warriors in here.
I don't want it.
Caden was right. Holy shit.
I don't want it. It doesn't make
I'm reveling
sense.
in this.
Also,
if
Lana
you can't
can
tell.
fuck off.
If you can't tell, I'm reveling in this.
But the thing is, there are no. Fuck you, Tingle. I'm looking through the characters that are that are in the game. I don't.
There isn't the Deku Tree, but there's the Maku Tree in the Oracle game.
Yeah, the Mako Tree.
Which, ironically, are two different characters depending on which one you go for.
So my argument, Evangeline, is that because of the way it's, if you could call it a plot, works, is it's like converging everything from all different worlds. That's why a lot of people consider the first Hyrule Warriors as the way to like pull it in, as the way everything gets connected before Breath of the Wild. That's what we're trying to figure out right now, is if that actually is a thing or if Desmond gets to laugh in my face.
See, the problem, though, for me, is that I don't believe there's Rito in the first Hyrule Warriors.
There is not.
And for Hyrule Warriors to work in this context is that we know that the Rito exists in the second Hyrule Warriors because this takes place during the Calamity.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
like
know
literally
what? I'm okay with
immediately
putting
before.
the Calamity down here.
We would need to have Rito in the first Hyrule Warriors to connect everything into Breath of the Wild for then us to be able to do the second Hyrule Warriors. I think that's I think that is the only reason Hyrule Warriors, the first one, does not work.
And I'm okay with Hyrule Warrior Jesus Calamity. I'm okay
Because that's clearly connected.
Yeah.
Like it places itself so that I would actually, because we have the branch, I would put it next to Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, it is considered a branch, yes.
Because it's going back in time, so.
Is it? I haven't played it
Yeah.
yet.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they go
it's-
back in time.
Its whole shtick is that they go back in time and are like literally in the midst of the calamity, stopping a lot of the bad shit from happening.
Yeah. So there isn't really, like, the stuff we see takes place before Breath of the Wild, but because of the start of the game takes. Actually, no. It would be before Breath of the Wild would. No, it would be after Breath of the Wild, because that little guardian dude.
Yeah, it's considered a split.
Yeah, it's a split.
I think I'd have to read about it or play it first.
My bones hurt.
My bones also hurt.
Old.
Yeah, I have it. I just haven't played it, so I might play it on stream after I beat Breath of the Wild, just to see what the fuss is all about. Start hurting all your bones. I can't help it, medic. I'm an old man.
Hurt more bones. Blam.
My bones.
I love that I say old, yet I am like the crunchiest motherfucker when I wake up.
Yeah. So, to give like the most loosest, as we know, Age of Calamity is an alternate timeline.
Is it?
Link goes back in time and informs past Link, Zelda, and Impa about the Great Calamity.
Yeah, so like Evangeline says here, in the original timeline, Egg never woke up until the attack happened. But the branch happens because the egg itself traveled back in time.
Okay.
Yeah, so it would be that it would branch off.
In that case, I'm just not gonna include it. We're getting it out of here.
Yeah, so I think due to the fact that the first Hyrule Warriors doesn't have retail, it doesn't work.
That's fair.
Yeah, because there's...
Because it needs to have retail to go into Breath of the Wild to then also make sure, and then that makes
there's also no
Age of Calamity
portals.
work out. That too.
It only has the current Link, the old Impa, Zelda dressing as Sheik,
Zelda.
regular Zelda.
It has Midna.
It has Ganondorf, Darunia, Ruto, Agatha. So far we're only seeing its own characters, Ocarina of Time characters, and Twilight Princess characters. It has Midna. It has Zant, Fi, Girhim, new characters, Wizrow, Midna, Tingle, Linkle, she's so cute. I know people don't like her, but I like think Linkle. She's cute. Skull Kid. Oh, the Majora's Mask.
Yeah.
So once again, we're still just on that timeline.
And Ocarina of Time.
And then we have Toon Link, Tetra, Medley. Oh, nope, there it is, Medley.
Yep, so that's the convergence part, yeah.
There she is. She is a Rito.
Oh yeah, it does grab Medley, so yeah. Fuck. So there is Rito in
No!
Damn it.
Acknowledge it.
No.
No.
Acknowledge it.
Fuck. We got Rudo and Medley vibing in the same fucking game. I hate this. I fucking hate this. It also has Ravio and Yuga, which are in the Dark timeline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's got everybody. It's the perfect game to be considered the Convergence, as much as it's not a canon game, and as much as it is kind of just fucking weird.
It's so weird, like when I initially searched like Hyrule Warriors, Rito, nothing was popping up about Medley.
Yeah, I was just looking at all the characters.
Pissed.
Yes.
Okay, I guess we have to.
Okay, Caden, I guess you are my little pog champ.
Shut the fuck up.
Wait, it has Ravio, my cowardly son? Yeah, it does.
You didn't do your squats. Lilin gave you squats.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
Lilin gave
I'll
you
do my
squats.
squats. I didn't even hear the ding. I was so stressed out over the fucking Rito.
Shut up and do squats.
I'll squat.
Oh, hi,
And while Desmond does the squats, also hydrate.
Get drink. Ugh. Oh, my bones just cracked at once. Oh, that was my back. That was my back, my shoulders, my elbows. Woo.
I feel so betrayed that Hyrule Warriors has to be counted for this to all make sense.
Being angry. I hate it. I fucking hate it. Fuck you, MacPat. You started this. And I will end
I'm about to say it was a game theory video that started this, yes.
I know
Yeah.
it was. I watched it years ago. And I was like,
Okay,
oh,
Grandpa,
cool.
let's get you
And I
back
just
to
kind
bed.
of like tossed it out. I'm like, yeah, cool, whatever. Matt Pat being Matt Pat, am I right? Okay, let me do my fucking
You little motherfucker. Talking about
One,
Mad Pat.
2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Wonder how hard it would be to find a Girahim cosplay so I can just go run around a convention being weird.
14. What are you smiley about, Medley, you motherfucker?
Mad Pat is either 100% wrong or 100% right, and it can't keep happening.
It is sadly true. Like he's either so far off.
It's either so far off that you can be like, "Oh, haha, that's kind of a fun. It's a fun video to consider,"
Yeah.
or it's just like, or you're just sitting there watching the video and you're like, "Oh, oh no."
Oh, my whole life has been turned literally upside down overnight. What have you done to me?
I
will buy gay sword cosplay.
Hell yeah.
Or like there's things that he takes so literally that it just ruins the theory. Because I remember one specific film theory or whatever where he's like talking about why in Hazbin Hotel Charlie will never be able to succeed.
See, that's just not fun.
Which his whole point is that there's so many people dying so often and it's filling hell so quickly that they can't put everybody in the hotel. And everyone's like, the point isn't to put everybody in the hotel, it's to prove that redemption is possible, and if redemption is possible, then people can do it in their own houses. And I find that funny. So yeah, we have to include Hyrule Warriors.
There's a store that sells a Girahim tracksuit.
I kind of want it.
I know. I'm just like,
What have I been reduced to? I was a
Mud.
I was a theorist with morals.
Drop the shop, Caden. Hold on, let me find it again.
I'm fucking mad, dude. I'm so sad. I'm so upset. I
That
don't know
we
how to-
have, like, well, I mean, at least it's not the only game that we're going to be classifying as a spin-off game.
Yeah.
Triforce Warrior.
I
Triforce
do not
Warrior,
think
whatever.
Triforce Warriors should be on this fucking list.
Well, it is, so...
Well, then they
And the
get to deal
only
with
re-
me putting Hyrule Warriors here, I guess. Hey guys,
Like-
what about the significance of Zelda Game & Watch?
Zelda Game and Watch.
Yeah.
I don't know if it has a place in the official canon.
Why not?
Well,
I'm
if
just
Hyrule
saying.
Warriors and Triforce Warrior or whatever Triforce can, then I feel like anything can at that point.
I'm so fucking mad.
Like, I mean, at least with like Hyrule Warriors, it does have like canonical existing characters.
I'm mad because I didn't want it, and yet it happened.
Happened.
You know what? I
Triforce.
refuse to think Hyrule Warriors connects, though, to Triforce Warriors and Adventures of Link. I'm connecting it. Wait, no. Lionels have to be there.
Yep.
Man, motherfucking. Are you sure the Dark Timeline's the only spot where the Lionels show up?
I am almost certain.
I'm gonna go look up Lionels. Lionels.
Lionel saved me from putting Hyrule Warriors here.
I'm not angry.
Kind-
You are.
It's kind of a long link, but I just posted the link to it in the VIB chat.
Oh yeah, they are just
The tracksuits.
hands.
Yeah, they just got little sword hands. That was like a whole joke that
Okay,
Aaron.
Zelda, Link to the Past, Seasons and Ages. Seasons and Ages.
Oh, okay.
They ain't
But to
gotta
be fair,
from
we're
the
counting.
Dark Timeline.
To be fair, we're counting seasons and ages as the like split into the dark timeline.
Exactly.
Like, we do have to remember, like, that's our split, so it does.
It still works.
It works out.
Still works. Link Between Worlds and Breath of the Wild. So, I can. Oh. Okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna say the split happens. I don't know. The convergence
Change-
happens somewhere up here. Because we don't need this for that convergence. We just need Oracle of Ages
Well-
and Seasons and Wind Waker.
Well, before you say that though, is there any references to A Link to the Past or anything like that?
There's
Like any
Link
dark
Between
timeline things?
Worlds. God fucking damn it.
I would say, are there any? Well, I'm saying, are there any references that we can grab from like the DLCs and whatnot in Breath of the Wild? Because if they've pulled artifacts from those games into,
We don't count amiibos or artifacts. You're talking
no,
about?
I'm not counting. I'm not counting amiibos. I'm counting like the DLC shit.
I don't think counting DLC,
Yeah, because we don't know what's a reference and what
work.
isn't.
because
you can
DLC
get
is.
a fucking motorcycle and
Yeah.
Majora's Mask.
Hey, that is canon.
Yeah, see,
I was saying,
eventually,
that's
well,
canon.
there's...
Like, here's the thing.
I'll buy
It all
you.
works. It's canon in that particular, but I feel like things like DLC, in my opinion, things that you can do that were not in the base game are not included.
Yeah, because I haven't
I'm
touched the
saying
DLC.
DLC is not base game. Like, you don't have to. Considering, like, yes, it changes things,
Yeah, but like I'm more
but not
talking
by
about.
much.
I'm talking about more the majority of the DLC where it's like, hey, there is such and such thing hidden over here. Like it's a relic that people have been talking about recently. And then you go and it's the fucking armor from the Phantom Swordsman that Zelda can possess in Spirit Tracks. You know, things like that. That's what I'm referring to. That's why I'm saying, is there any of those kind of relics from the Dark Timeline that appear in
Well,
in
there
Breath?
is the was it the one second.
Most of the stuff that I know about the Breath of the Wild map and relics inside of it is I know about the temple. There's two temples, the Temple of Time and the Forgotten Temple. I've actually never been in the Forgotten Temple in my stream playthrough, so no one here has ever seen it. I might go look at that, but it scares me. You'll see why when I go there. But it has the exact same shape as the temple from... Fuck, what is it? It's the original Temple of Time from Skyward Sword. But... I don't think it added any reference besides the chests. Yeah. So I think the convergence is at Link Between Worlds.
So there is the wild armor set, which the cap of that particular armor set has a yellow band, and
Yeah.
the only games with the yellow band are from the Dark Timeline.
Yeah.
I feel like we all, like me and Desmond, started this so like yippee, and now as this has gone on, we're becoming more jaded.
Which is sad.
More and more jaded.
Fuck. God damn it.
Okay, so yeah, the items that show up are we've got Majora's Mask, Midna's Helmet, the Phantom Armor, the Phantom Ganon Armor.
Yeah, that's from Spirit
Ravio's
Tracks.
Hood. There we go. We get Ravio's Hood. That's a Dark Timeline thing.
Boo! But Ravio. Link Between Worlds.
And you get Tingle's hood, shirt, and tights as well.
Yeah, okay, but Tingle's for Minish Cap.
Yeah.
I know, but I just wanted to point it out to upset everybody.
Yeah,
Tingle
and we get the wild armor set, which is Dark Timeline as well.
There, you happy? That's where I think the convergence happens. Link Between Worlds, Four Swords Adventures, and Spirit Tracks. Well, technically, I
So
think
we're
it goes
thinking that.
ages
So
and
we're
seasons.
saying that like the original 2 Zelda games are not connected in any way.
I don't
The
think so.
convergent, the Dark Timeline convergence, they're pulling from before the original Zelda games. Yeah, I can agree to that.
Yeah.
I could even skip Four Swords Adventures and go to Wind Waker, because we don't have anything from Phantom Hourglass or Spirit Tracks, right?
Spirit Tracks has the Phantom Armor.
Yeah, the Phantom Armor is literally the like knight armors that Spirit Zelda gets to possess.
Okay, then I'll just do this. I'll go back to my original arrows. I'm so fucking mad. Okay, Caden, you win.
Are you happy now?
You happy now?
Very much so.
You little fox.
They don't call us Sly for nothing, bitch.
I know there's the biggest shit-eating grin right now on your
Oh,
face.
100%.
We won.
Hello.
Please give me
Help
any
us.
evidence to the contrary before I stamp this in permanent ink.
At the end of the day, you just have to ask yourself, can you disprove it? You know what I mean?
I can't.
We can't.
I
That's the
tried.
problem.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
I tried, and then I learned that my facts were wrong.
Me too, and then I cried. Also, hi Gag. I mean Cosma.
I mean,
I've played a lot of Zeldas.
That's what you get whenever your entire argument was based on there are no Rito in Hyrule Warriors, and then you immediately find one.
I feel like I don't remember Medley in Hyrule Warriors. Like debate. I don't remember it at all.
Yeah, I'm going through it, and she's here. She's in the game.
Yeah.
Hiss. Millie very cute though.
Oh, actually, wait.
Huh?
Medley's DLC.
Wait, is she?
Medley currently does not have a story significant role in Hyrule Warriors due to being a DLC character that was added to the game post-launch.
What others are DLC? Because if we can rip all the Wind Waker characters out, like
Yeah.
Toon Link, Tetra, Toon Zelda, then we have a fighting chance.
Wait, I'm pulling things up.
Pull up the DLC characters.
Oh, I don't want.
Three are annoying.
I had to check. I needed to know. We want to check everything possible. There we go. DLC. Okay.
Okay, so Hero.
Lilin.
I've never heard anyone happier to gatekeep. Well, to be fair,
I'm
we're
sorry.
not counting the DLC because DLC adds more complications to the original story than wanted. I was
Okay. So, Skull Kid is DLC.
Oh, okay.
Midna is DLC.
But I get
Medley, Toon Zelda, Tingle. So it looks like all like the Toon are all DLC, which makes sense because they don't work in terms of the stylisticness.
Okay. I wish it would
There we
just
go.
tell me on the character list. It doesn't.
Yeah. Hyrule Warriors Legends is an updated version of Hyrule Warriors. This version will come with a bundle of all previous DLC. So Hyrule Warriors Legends is like the updated, including the DLC.
Yes.
But
it was like
Hyrule Warriors itself had DLC of Tetra, King of Hyrule, Toon Link, Skull Kid, and Linkle. So
Okay.
it looks like to me.
It looks like it's still just Breath of the Wild, Twilight Princess, maybe. No, it just looks like Breath of the Wild, and Twilight Princess, because Agatha.
Yeah.
And Ocarina of Time.
Agatha's DLC.
Oh, is she?
She wasn't part of the original cast.
Okay, I know Ruto was.
Yeah.
Because I remember playing her. And we didn't have the DLC. So, I'm gonna do this real quick. Okay, so the Warriors, Link, Impa, Sheik, Lana, Zelda, No, give me the ones that are DLC only. What? What's wrong? What's wrong, Caden?
No, I was just making fun of you being like,
Oh, yeah,
meh.
I am very whiny. I thought you were. There's a fairy named Proxy? Interesting. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out only the DLCs. Characters.
Zelda fans try not to go insane over timelines. Impossible.
Impossible. It is impossissible.
Yeah.
So,
it
King
is not easy.
Daphnis, which is the fish. Oh, it's the not the fish, the Hyrule King. From what's it called? He's from Wind Waker. There we go.
Yeah.
Toon Link, Young Link, Linkle, Ravio. What about Yuga? Yuga. Okay, so that kicks out the Dark Timeline completely.
Yeah.
That's DLC bullshit. Even if it does have Lionel's in here, it's fine.
Because we still established that Lionel's are in the Oracle games.
Yep.
And then, because we have Tetra, because Tetra's DLC,
Tetra, Tingle, Toon, yep, and Medley, yep, and
Toon
Marin.
Link, and Medley, and, well, Marin's Awakening. So I
yeah,
think that also takes
we
that
lose
adult.
all of the, we lose
The convergence.
we lose the convergence.
So it, based on actually looking at like the details in base games.
Yeah, based on base game, yes.
There isn't
Yeah.
a conversion. Because we have
Dodged a bullet.
so there isn't a convergence because of Hyrule Warriors, there's a convergence between adult and child.
Possibly. But we don't know when and why and how.
How? But Hyrule Warriors isn't the cause.
You're gonna have me sitting here googling if Hyrule Warriors DLC is canon.
Do it!
I think we've already said that like
Considering
DLC
the base game is a fucking spin-off? I don't think so.
Yeah. Why would the... We just know that there's a convergence in the child and adult. Like, that's all we know.
My brain's always fried when it comes to timelines. Don't worry, we figured it out.
Aonuma said that it was not part of the main timeline, thus not part of the main story. However, he said it does exist in the Zelda universe, albeit in another dimension. So
Another dimension,
in all technicalities, it is still here, just not on this timeline.
Yeah,
okay.
It exists. I mean, it exists, but it doesn't exist for our purposes.
Yes.
It still needs to be acknowledged, though, and that's all I wanted. So
I acknowledge it.
We are acknowledging it. We are vetoing it too.
So my only spot that I would put Breath of the Wild and its sequel under would be on our ritual timeline that we created, the Twin Rova ritual timeline.
Yeah. Well, no, that's the Zelda timeline.
Here's...
Twin Rova is dark.
So,
right.
Lilin, fun fact, Link's crossbow training is using the Link of Twilight Princess. It's the hero of Twilight.
Yeah.
Okay,
so yes, it is canon.
I have a theory.
It's canon, but it doesn't affect the story in any way.
Yeah, basically. So I have a little theory if you guys want to hear me out.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Based on just the trailers I've seen, I'm gonna have to revamp my theory as it stands if something different happens than I think in Tears of the Kingdom, but based on the trailers and based on everything we've understood so far, Ganon has clearly been... Ooh, you okay?
Yeah, everything's good.
Okay. Ganon has clearly been underground for a long time now. 10,000 years. When he was put in there, I'm not sure. But my money is on Twilight Princess. For very
When he was like...
Sorry.
When he was officially defeated, some group... Zonai.
Zonai. I'm sorry.
Zonai.
I want to see them. But my theory here is that after he was stabbed in the chest with the sword of Evil's Bane, someone of some unknown origin was able to recover his body and plant a seal on that exact spot. Because in the trailers, we know that there's this creepy green hand lodged into Ganondorf's chest where he was stabbed.
That then later connects to Link.
Yeah.
Like, it affects Link.
It does. But that... I'm not talking about him for currently.
I know.
Okay,
Well, that does work in my mind in a way. So, we could work it as... So, Ganon dies. Straight up dies.
Yeah, he straight up gets fucking stabbed.
Yeah, and that... The group that took him, possibly it could be, like, it was, like, this long of a process just to, like, get him to some form of revival. Which then still at least kind of works with why the reincarnation of Ganon didn't work.
Yes, because Twin Rova tries to revive Ganon. Tries to revive Ganon as Ganondorf.
Yeah. And like,
but
and
in
why we
both
have
options, they only are able to pull him up as Demon King Ganon. In the ritual timeline with Zelda, it works, and he's not like a batshit crazy monster. He's smart. In the dark timeline, Twin Rova is the vessel. They botch it, and he's just a crazed ass. Monster, basically. Yeah, he's a pig monster. So it's clearly going to be on the ritual timeline. But they couldn't bring him back as Ganondorf, only as Ganon, no matter what.
Yeah.
That means they couldn't find his actual body to bring him back. Someone had that shit on lock. That's what I think, at least. That's my theory. Someone
I do wonder about how the incarnation in Four Swords works then.
It could just work the same way as it does in Breath of the Wild. He just shows up with malice. To be fair, Age of Calamity does point out that there's a cult around Ganon at the time of the Calamity.
So maybe that cult.
I don't know if it's a cult. I think it was someone who just straight up wanted to keep him from reincarnating, but it didn't work because Twin Rova revived him. They probably did keep him from coming back for a while, but then Twin Rova went, Let's
try this.
Maybe that's why they needed the oracles. Because they needed the oracles in Zelda to actually get the shit done. Otherwise, they could have just brought him back.
Yeah. That definitely makes sense in my mind.
It's the best theory I have. So far. Also...
And either way...
Oh, there we go. Sorry?
It's like this form that was brought back, which isn't the actual Ganon within the timeline, is killed no matter what.
Yeah, and in Twilight Princess, he is just straight up killed.
Yeah, he's straight up killed in Twilight Princess. A form of him is brought back in the Oracle games that gets killed.
Yes.
And then we get a reincarnation that is also killed.
Yeah.
And then we followed to Breath of the Wild, which is around the time that he starts gaining power back enough to be possibly a more alive state.
Yeah, that's what I think. Post Twilight Princess, someone snatched his body, threw him underground, pinned him down, hoping it would keep him from reincarnating. Maybe locked his soul in there, who knows. But like I said, that's just a theory until I can actually see the Tears of the Kingdom story unfold. I also have 2 theories about Tears of the Kingdom that I want to get out now before it comes out.
Yeah.
I know that the game... that these theories are going to clash with each other, by the way. I think we're either going to go back in time and see the original Zelda / Hylia, maybe as a Zonai. Because if we look at one of the trailers, we see Link meeting a girl that looks a lot like Zelda, but her clothes are a lot different. She's still wearing white, but she's dressed in very, like, primeval... What's the fucking term? I don't want to use the word tribal. That sounds dumb. But, I don't know, like Bone Age? Stone Age, Bone Age.
You mean ancient?
Yeah, like a really ancient-looking jewelry piece.
So are we thinking that this is before Hylia creates Skyloft?
I don't know.
Because we know what Hylia / Zelda looks like once Skyloft has been created and what she wears.
Well, we actually... Well, do we know? Really? Or
It
is it
is
just statues?
highly stated that the Zelda that we see in, Skyward Sword is
what she looks
Hylia.
like? Oh, okay.
Is what she looks like. It's Hylia. Because she regains memories as Hylia.
Yeah, because it's like a direct reincarnation from Hylia into the first Zelda.
So that...
And then, it starts kind of being lost as time goes on. There's still Hylia, but it's not the same.
Right.
And so, we know what she looks like. She has, that simple white dress. And it's very much so similar stylistically to the rest of the, people of Skyloft. So I wonder if it's before Hylia.
And also, with all of the... with all the sky-based stuff happening in Tears of the Kingdom, that kind of supports that theory that's been running around of the, everything returning to zero and whatnot. Because if shit goes down and, say, it all hits the fan and we gotta get out of there, what better way to do that than to get all the remaining, races and people and lift them into the sky, thus creating an opportunity for Skyward Sword to happen again. Everything returns to zero. I was just thinking about that with all the sky-based things we're going to be getting in Tears of the Kingdom.
Here, let's go grab the trailer one more time. I'm gonna
So we
watch
can
all
look
of
at that
them.
girl.
Yeah.
Specifically, so we can see that girl, just to see if we can.
I have to remember.
I feel like it'd be funny to be like, if she has long hair or not, we know.
Isn't the entire plot of Zelda being stuck in a loop forever, mayhaps, though, Evangeline?
I mean, it is true
Possibly. It could be
because
Zelda stuck in a loop.
Well, no, I'm saying, like, in general, that's, like, the whole plot of Zelda. It's stuck in a loop forever, mayhaps.
because yeah, the point at which Demise cursed, we have been in a constant loop.
Okay. So these are all of the trailers. I want to go over them each and try and... A dumb question. Is it possible that the center timeline is a loop? Like, what if the surface world of Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom is under Skyloft and Skyward Sword?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, is, like, there's this theory going around that there's going to be... Oh, fuck, what they call it. But I'm pulling it back up in the timeline because it says it. There's going to be a what's known as eternal recurrence, where everything returns back to zero.
Everything
is what people are.
resets.
That's what people are speculating from Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, like an Ouroboros theory.
I don't like the theory. Just
Yeah,
because I don't want it to think that Zelda's over. That sounds like that's what they're getting to. And that makes me sad.
Yeah, and why Zelda to end?
Same. Or maybe it's... Oh, jeez. That's good. That spooked me.
Bork, bork.
Boof, boof, boof. But, yeah, we're gonna watch these real quick. I want Zelda and Link to be happy. Me too.
And we can relax our voices for a bit.
True. So, this is the first trailer. Oh, y'all can't hear it. Hold up. Let me...
Oh, I was to be like, I can't hear anything.
Yeah.
Even on the Discord.
Let me change... Because I have it on my... I have it on just my window, on my screen,
Yeah.
but let me change it to the actual window. There you go.
Yeah,
hear it now?
okay, we're hearing it.
Okay, cool. So yeah, this is the first trailer. We can see that there's this creepy hand. They're underground, clearly. And it's holding down what looks like Ganondorf. Has a rat. It has all of this... It has all of this malice coming off of him right here.
I remember this trailer. This trailer had me screaming. It was
This
so
trailer
cool.
had me fucking dying. I was so excited. Look at that. See, the malice is just pulling out of him. And that's where the Dark Beast came from. Okay, hold up. We're gonna calm that down real quick.
We gotta frame by frame this shit.
I'm not gonna frame by frame it, but I am gonna calm down the speed. I'm also going to mute it, just so we don't hear it in the weirdest fucking thing ever. So, yeah, look at that. That's fucking crazy.
Rehydrated Ganon.
Yeah, bruh, he's hot. There he is. Yeah, he's in this, like... And that's exactly where Twilight Princess Link stabbed him.
Yeah. I'll say it's interesting. He kind of reminds me of the stylisticness of Wind Waker's Re-Deads.
Yeah, he does! Okay, how do I do the frame-by-frame bullshit? I don't remember. Is it this?
I can't remember
It's
either.
this, I found it. Okay, so, yeah, this is the first trailer where we get to see Link actually interact with this thing, and it, like...
That hand goes to Link.
Yeah, it attaches itself to him.
Detaches it and attaches
And
itself
then
to
clearly
Link.
the malice...
The malice
just...
explodes.
Yeah.
And it starts... It's like, it was barely holding on to it, and then it's...
That's a
and,
Zonai tunnel.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, the hand helps him.
Yeah.
Look at them fucking
So
nails, bitch. Same.
Like, is this thing friend, foe? Like, what, like...
I have theories.
What do we classify as that as?
Yeah, this malice does seem a lot more angry.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'd be angry too if I was pinned down for 10,000 years, unable to do anything, but was stuck in my own body.
Hi, Lady Case.
They let Ganondorf fester in his own anger, and I think that's what happens. What if the hand's a wall master? I don't think it's
Not the wall masters.
Oh, I clicked. I pushed a button. Hold on. I thugged it.
I'm gonna say Floor Masters and Wind Waker are truly terrifying to me.
Wait a minute. Ladyface, you are not new.
But hello, how are you? Usagi, kill. But for those who are new, welcome in. I am Desmond Dracula. I'm a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw, as well as Worldbuild on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes, and today we are World Build Wednesdaying. Specifically, we're talking about the timeline convergence and splits and all that. With the lovely Kaden, Weewan, who is currently AFK, and Lindo. But yeah, let me get back to where we were here. Yeah, Link helps up Zelda. There's the Zonai Ruins. This is the hand. I have a theory on who it could be, but am probably wrong. I'm assuming it's either some sort of sage or the ancient Zonai counterpart of Link.
Maybe, yeah.
Because I'm saying that because later trailer I have a thing I want to show.
Okay.
Alright, yeah, see, this is showing what happened to Ganon. It's clearly some, like, really... I don't want to say sinister figure, but it does look kind of sinister.
It looks sinister.
Which is why I said I'm probably wrong.
It looks like that's the ceiling. Like, after the stabbing, this is the ceiling. At the end of Twilight
that's
Princess.
the seal.
Yeah.
And then Zelda
Zelda falls.
Ganondorf wakes up. This is... she's all, oh no. This is all out of sequence, clearly.
Yeah.
There's Ganon. He's like, hey, what's up?
Like, this is clearly once that hand has let go.
You got fucking... games on your phone?
Games on your phone?
And then he does this thing.
And he wakes up. And he is...
And then the castle is fucking raised. Literally raised from the ground. So that's the first trailer. And then we get the... Alright, so I'm going to...
He needs some lotion.
He needs some lotion.
Lotion.
He's kind of ashy. Alright, so we'll watch the second
Motherfucker has eczema.
He got eczema? Whoa.
If I saw that, that'd be my signal to get the fuck out. Exactly.
Okay, hold up. Okay, so Link clearly gets fucked up in the arm. Also, I heard someone say that this game is pretty much 1-for-1 with Princess Mononoke, and you're right. Harold doesn't have enough lotion for Ganon's crusty ass, they don't. But yeah, this is Link getting his arm grabbed by Malice. And I think that's what causes the Master Sword to get fucked up, because that's his right hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then here's Ganon being like, rawr. Rawr.
Right.
That's just a bunch
Gotta
of
suck the poison out of Link's PP, I mean
Zelda.
arm.
Ooh. Yeah, Zelda clearly falls at some point. Which we see... Oh, sorry, go.
It was looking there for a while in one of these trailers that we're gonna get a play as Zelda for a little bit. In the little underground section.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's what I heard.
Or at least we're getting a whole lot of cutscenes with her in underground sections.
She'll be alright. Yeah, she'll be alright. Yeah, that's what I heard. We were gonna get to either play as or see what Zelda's up to in the sequel. Because one, she has a tablet. She has a Sheikah Slate that probably acts very similar to her original one that Link used to do puzzles. So clearly, she has it. Like,
I would love for it to be almost a I would love for it to almost be a GTA 5 kind of thing where you could swap back and forth between the two.
That's what I'm hoping for too. Like,
that
there'll be
would
some
be
spots
fucking
where you're like,
sick.
I need to play her now. Like, it's in certain parts of the story, you'll be like, fuck, now I have to play Link, so I'm gonna switch over to him. That would be so good. God, I hope it. I know they were apparently planning to do that with Skyward Sword, but they scrapped the idea, because you know how you're Link running around following Zelda? having
Yeah.
her own adventure, you were supposed to originally play said adventure. But
See,
we
I
just
feel like
didn't.
if they had done that,
They
they would have done
scrapped
it with like you play as Impa, and it's a constant like. What are they called? It's like this. Every game any game that has them tends to
Escort
have like
quests?
be the worst escort quest. Be like just one massive escort quest.
Oh god, escort missions. No, I don't know actually. But I do know there were theories were going around that you could have played Zelda before that. And that's might be what they're doing this time. They're actually letting us play her for a bit, which I would love. Oh, baby face! Escort the elder. Don't escort me.
Especially considering Zelda of the Wild has my favorite design in terms of her outfit there of any of the Zeldas, with the exception of Tetra. Tetra's based.
Tetra is based.
Tetra is based, but also Breath of the Wild Zelda. I just love that like they put her into a more active thing.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna keep playing this for a bit. But yeah, she clearly falls, and we can see in the next trailers there will be underground levels.
Yeah, and I love this with what Evangeline said. It would be cool if Zelda had the original Sheikah abilities from Breath of the Wild, while Link gets cool new or similar toys.
Mm-hmm.
I think based on what we see in other trailers, that
Give
hand
Zelda a gun.
gives them something
Lilin
to
and
sneak in.
Arsenic. Lilin and Arsenic at the same time. Give Zelda a gun.
And you know what I realized? Link spends a lot of time up here, but maybe it's because they're hiding the underground from us. At least right now. But he seems to spend a lot of time above ground. Maybe Zelda will be doing underground shit, while he's doing above ground shit.
And
Also,
we see Beamos.
Beamos! Also, I want to show this off just because it's cool. You see the horns
That's
on the
terrifying.
moblins?
Yeah, they're bigger, aren't they?
They're bigger and they're sharp and they're pointy. We also see moblins like this later with like daggers for horns. I am under the assumption that we're gonna start being able to craft our own custom weapons. I have a theory that we're gonna kill them, take their giant horns, and use it to make our own weapons.
Monster Hunter Zelda!
More like Minecraft, maybe? And there's his arm, it fuses to him, it's like, hey, what's
It looks like, I'm pretty sure there's other trailers where he does some things with the hand that have the same effect as like the
Sheikah Slate, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why the theory is going around that it was like the hand of an elder or like a sage of some kind, because it does have a Sheikah look to it.
Yeah, cause see, boop. Well, not quite. It doesn't have Sheikah. It has similar traits to a Sheikah, the Sheikah Slate, and I guess it's blue, but it also has green to it. A lot of stuff is more green in this. But the thing that sets it apart is the wrappings on it. It looks Mayan / Aztec inspired, which we've come to learn as shorthand for Zonai.
Yeah. Also, one fucking flamethrower. That's cool as shit.
Yeah, look,
Two,
it's a giant Zonai snake head as a flamethrower.
Yeah.
I
two,
figured
that fucking that power from before it, that looked more like a reversal of like a time reversal kind of ability.
Oh, this? It does. So
watch
it.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't look like our normal stasis bonks. Because you're seeing what it did beforehand.
Yeah. So you're, instead of just stasising, you're backing it up.
Link is Wolf from Sekiro.
Oh yeah, that's him coming up here. He probably used one of those little green portals. That's the castle being raised by Ganondorf. Clearly his malice is out of control, but that makes me realize
that's cool as shit too.
He's under the castle.
Yeah. Which
someone